Indissoluble Matrimony by Rebecca West. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. When George Silverton opened the front door, he found that the house was not empty, for all its darkness. The spitting noise of the striking of damp matches and mild growling exclamations of annoyance told him that his wife was trying to light the dining-room gas. He went in and, with some short, hostile sound of greeting, lit a match and brought brightness into the little room. Then, irritated by his own folly in bringing private papers into his wife's presence, he stuffed the letters he had brought from the office deep into the pockets of his overcoat. He looked at her suspiciously, but she had not seen them, being busy in unwinding her orange motor veil. His eyes remained on her face, to brood a little sourly on her moving loveliness, which he had not been sure of finding. For she was one of those women who create an illusion alternately of extreme beauty and extreme ugliness. Under her curious dress, designed in some pitifully cheap and worthless stuff by a successful mood of her indiscreet taste, she had black blood in her. Her long body seemed pulsing with some exaltation. The blood was coursing violently under her luminous yellow skin, and her lids, dusky with fatigue, drooped contentedly over her great humid black eyes. Perpetually she raised her hand to the mass of black hair that was coiled on her thick golden neck, and stroked it with secretive enjoyment, as a cat licks its fur. And her large mouth smiled frankly, but abstractedly, at some digested pleasure. There was a time when George would have looked on this riot of excited loveliness with suspicion. But now he knew it was almost certainly caused by some trifle, a long walk through stinging weather, the report of a socialist victory at a by-election, or the intoxication of a waltz refrain floating from the municipal bandstand across the flats of the local recreation ground. And even if it had been caused by some amorous interlude he would not have greatly cared. In the 10 years since their marriage he had lost the quality which would have made him resentful. He now believed that quality to be purely physical. Unless one was in good condition and responsive to the messages sent out by the flesh, Evadne could hardly concern one. He turned the bitter thought over in his heart and stung himself by deliberately gazing unmoved upon her beautiful, joyful body. "Let's have supper now," she said rather greedily. He looked at the table and saw she had set it before she went out. As usual, she had been in an improvident hurry. It was carelessly done. Besides, what an absurd supper to set before a hungry solicitor's clerk. In the centre, obviously intended as the principal dish, was a bowl of plums, softly red, soaked with the sun, glowing like jewels in the downward stream of the incandescent light. Beside them was a great yellow melon, its sleek sides fluted with rich growth, and a honeycomb glistening on a willow-patterned dish. The only sensible food to be seen was a plate of tongue laid at his place. "I can't sit down to supper without washing my hands." While he splashed in the bathroom upstairs, he heard her pull in a chair to the table and sit down to her supper. It annoyed him. There was no ritual about it. While he was eating the tongue, she would be crushing honey on new bread, or stripping a plum of its purple skin and holding the golden globe up to the gas to see the light filter through. The meal would pass in silence. She would innocently take his dumbness for a sign of abstraction and forbear to babble. He would find the words choked on his lips by the weight of dullness that always oppressed him in her presence. Then, just about the time when he was beginning to feel able to formulate his obscure grievances against her, she would rise from the table without a word and run upstairs to her work, humming in that uncanny negro way of hers. And so it was. She ate with an appalling catholicity of taste, with a nice child's love of sweet foods, and occasionally she broke into that hoarse, beautiful croon. Every now and then she looked at him with too obvious speculations as to whether his silence was due to weariness or uncertain temper. Timidly she cut him an enormous slice of the melon, which he did not want. Then she rose abruptly and flung herself into the rocking-chair on the hearth. She clasped her hands behind her head and strained backwards so that the muslin stretched over her strong breasts. She sang softly to the ceiling. There was something about the fantastic figure that made him feel as though they were not properly married. Evadne. Yes? What have you been up to this evening? I was at Millie Staffordale's. He was silent again. That name brought up the memory of his courting days. It was under the benign eyes of blonde, plebeian Millie that he had wooed the distracting creature in the rocking-chair. 10 years before, when he was 25, his firm had been reduced to hysteria over the estates of an extraordinarily stupid old woman named Mrs. Mary Ellerker. Her stupidity, grappling with the complexity of the sources of the vast income which rushed in spate from the properties of 4 deceased husbands, demanded oceans of explanations, even over her weekly rents. Silverton alone in the office, by reason of a certain natural incapacity for excitement, could deal calmly with this marvel of imbecility. He alone could endure to sit with patience in the black-panelled drawing-room, amidst the jungle of shiny mahogany furniture, and talk to a mass of darkness, who rested heavily in the window-seat, and now and then made an idiotic remark in a bright, hearty voice. But it shook even him. Mrs. Mary Ellerker was obscene. Yet she was perfectly sane, and although of that remarkable plainness noticeable in most oft-married women, in good enough physical condition. She merely presented the loathsome spectacle of an ignorant mind, contorted by the artificial idiocy of coquetry, lack of responsibility, and hatred of discipline, stripped naked by old age. That was the real horror of her. One feared to think how many women were really like Mrs. Ellerker, under their armour of physical perfection or social grace. For this reason he turned eyes of hate on Mrs. Ellerker's pretty little companion, Millie Staffordale, who smiled at him over her embroidery with wintry northern brightness. When she was old, she too would be obscene. This horror obsessed him. Never before had he feared anything. He had never lived more than half an hour from a police station, and, as he had by some chance missed the melancholy clairvoyance of adolescence, he had never conceived of any horror with which the police could not deal. This disgust of women revealed to him that the world is a place of subtle perils. He began to fear marriage as he feared death. The thought of intimacy with some lovely, desirable and necessary wife turned him sick as he sat at his lunch. The secret obscenity of women. He talked darkly of it to his friends. He wondered why the Church did not provide a service for the absolution of men after marriage. Wife desertion seemed to him a beautiful return of the tainted body to cleanliness. On his 5th visit to Mrs. Ellerker he could not begin his business at once. One of Millie Staffordale's friends had come in to sing to the old lady. She stood by the piano against the light, so that he saw her washed with darkness. A maze of tropical fruit. And before he had time to apprehend the sleepy wonder of her beauty, she had begun to sing. Now he knew that her voice was a purely physical attribute, built in her as she lay in her mother's womb, and no index of her spiritual values. But then, as it welled up from the thick golden throat and clung to her lips, it seemed a sublime achievement of the soul. It was a smouldering contralto, such as only those of black blood can possess. As she sang, her great black eyes lay on him with the innocent shamelessness of a young animal, and he remembered hopefully that he was good-looking. Suddenly she stood in silence, playing with her heavy black plait. Mrs. Ellerker broke into silly thanks. The girl's mother, who had been playing the accompaniment, rose and stood rolling up her music. Silverton, sick with excitement, was introduced to them. He noticed that the mother was a little darker than the conventions permit. Their name was Hannon, Mrs. Arthur Hannon, and Evadne. They moved lithely and quietly out of the room, the girl's eyes still lingering on his face. The thought of her splendour and the rolling echoes of her voice disturbed him all night. Next day, going to his office, he travelled with her on the horse-car that bound his suburb to Petrick. One of the horses fell lame, and she had time to tell him that she was studying at a commercial college. He quivered with distress. All the time he had a dizzy illusion that she was nestling up against him. They parted shyly. During the next few days they met constantly. He began to go and see them in the evening at their home, a mean flat crowded with cheap glories of bead curtains and oriental hangings that set off the women's alien beauty. Mrs. Hannon was a widow, and they lived alone, in a wonderful silence. He talked more than he had ever done in his whole life before. He took a dislike to the widow. She was consumed with fiery subterranean passions, no fit guardian for the tender girl. Now he could imagine with what silent rapture Evadne had watched his agitation. Almost from the first she had meant to marry him. He was physically attractive, though not strong. His intellect was gently stimulating like a mild white wine. And it was time she married. She was ripe for adult things. This was the real wound in his soul. He had tasted of a divine thing created in his time for dreams out of her rich beauty, her loneliness, her romantic poverty, her immaculate youth. He had known love. And Evadne had never known anything more than a magnificent physical adventure, which she had secured at the right time as she would have engaged a cab to take her to the station in time for the cheapest excursion train. It was a quick way to light-hearted living. With loathing he remembered how in the days of their engagement she used to gaze purely into his blinking eyes, and with her unashamed kisses incite him to extravagant embraces. Now he cursed her for having obtained his spiritual revolution on false pretences. Only for a little time had he his illusion, for their marriage was hastened by Mrs. Hannon's sudden death. After 3 months of savage mourning, Evadne flung herself into marriage, and her excited candour had enlightened him very soon. That marriage had lasted 10 years. And to Evadne their relationship was just the same as ever. Her vitality needed him, as it needed the fruit on the table before him. He shook with wrath and a sense of outraged decency. "Oh, George!" She was yawning widely. "What's the matter?" he said without interest. "It's so beastly dull." "I can't help that, can I?" "No." She smiled placidly at him. "We're a couple of dull dogs, aren't we? I wish we had children." After a minute she suggested, apparently as an alternative amusement, "Perhaps the post hasn't passed." As she spoke, there was a rat-tat and the slither of a letter under the door. Evadne picked herself up and ran out into the lobby. After a second or two, during which she made irritating, inarticulate exclamations, she came in reading the letter and stroking her bust with a gesture of satisfaction. "They want me to speak at Longton's meeting on the 19th, she purred. "Longton? What's he up to?" Stephen Longton was the owner of the biggest ironworks in Petrick, a man whose refusal to adopt the livery of busy oafishness thought proper to commercial men aroused the gravest suspicions. "He's standing as Socialist candidate for the town council." "Socialist," he muttered. He set his jaw. That was a side of Evadne he considered as little as possible. He had never been able to assimilate the fact that Evadne had, 2 years after their marriage, passed through his own orthodox radicalism to a passionate socialism, and that after reading enormously of economics she had begun to write for the socialist press and to speak successfully at meetings. In the jaundiced recesses of his mind he took it for granted that her work would have the lax fibre of her character, that it would be infected with her oriental crudities. Although once or twice he had been congratulated on her brilliance, he mistrusted this phase of her activity as a caper of the sensualist. His eyes blazed on her, and found the depraved, oversexed creature looking milder than a gazelle, holding out a handbill to him. "They've taken it for granted." He saw her name, his name, Mrs. Evadne Silverton. It was at first the blaze of stout scarlet letters on the dazzling white ground that made him blink. Then he was convulsed with rage. "Georgie, dear." She stepped forward and caught his weak body to her bosom. He wrenched himself away. Spiritual nausea had made him determined to be a better man than her. "A pair of you, you and Longton," he snarled scornfully. Then, seeing her startled face, he controlled himself. "I thought it would please you," said Evadne, a little waspishly. "You mustn't have anything to do with Longton," he stormed. A change passed over her. She became ugly. Her face was heavy with intellect, her lips coarse with power. He was at arms with a socialist lead. Much he would have preferred the bland sensualist again. "Why?" "Because his lips stuck together like blotting paper. He's not the sort of man my wife should... With movements which terrified him by their rough energy, she folded up the bills and put them back in the envelope. "George, I suppose you mean that he's a bad man?" He nodded. "I know quite well that the girl who used to be his typist is his mistress." She spoke it sweetly, as if reasoning with an old fool. "But she's got consumption. She'll be dead in 6 months. In fact, I think it's rather nice of him, to look after her and all that." "My God!" He leapt to his feet, extending a shaking forefinger. As she turned to him, the smile dying on her lips, his excited weakness wrapped him in a paramnesic illusion. It seemed to him that he had been through all this before, a long, long time ago. "My God! You talk like a woman off the streets." Evadne's lips lifted over her strong teeth. With clever cruelty she fixed his eyes with hers, well knowing that he longed to fall forward and bury his head on the table in a transport of hysterical sobs. After a moment of this torture she turned away, herself distressed by a desire to cry. "How can you say such dreadful, dreadful things?" she protested chokingly. He sat down again. His eyes looked little and red, but they blazed on her. "I wonder if you are," he said softly. "Are what?" she asked petulantly, a tear rolling down her nose. "You know," he answered, nodding. "George! George! George!" she cried. "You've always been keen on kissing and making love, haven't you, my precious? At first you startled me. You did. I didn't know women were like that." From that morass he suddenly stepped on to a high peak of terror. Amazed to find himself sincere, he cried, "I don't believe good women are." "Georgie, how can you be so silly?" exclaimed Evadne shrilly. "You know quite well I've been as true to you as any woman could be." She sought his eyes with a liquid glance of reproach. He averted his gaze, sickened at having put himself in the wrong. For even while he degraded his tongue, his pure soul fainted with loathing of her fleshliness. I'm sorry." Too wily to forgive him at once, she showed him a lowering profile with downcast lids. Of course he knew it was a fraud, an imputation against her chastity was no more poignant than a reflection on the cleanliness of her nails. Rude and spiteful, but that was all. But for a time they kept up the deception, while she cleared the table in a steely silence. "Evadne, I'm sorry. I'm tired." His throat was dry. He could not bear the discord of a row added to the horror of their companionship. "Evadne, do forgive me. I don't know what I meant by—" "That's all right, silly," she said suddenly, and bent over the table to kiss him. Her brow was smooth. It was evident from her splendid expression that she was preoccupied. Then she finished clearing up the dishes and took them into the kitchen. While she was out of the room, he rose from his seat and sat down in the armchair by the fire, setting his bulldog pipe alight. For a very short time he was free of her voluptuous presence. But she ran back soon, having put the kettle on and changed her blouse for a loose dressing jacket, and sat down on the arm of his chair. Once or twice she bent and kissed his brow, but for the most part she lay back with his head drawn to her bosom, rocking herself rhythmically. Silverton, a little disgusted by their contact, sat quite motionless and passed into a doze. He revolved in his mind the incidents of his day's routine and remembered a snub from a superior. So he opened his eyes and tried to think of something else. It was then that he became conscious that the rhythm of Evadne's movement was not regular. It was broken, as though she rocked in time to music. Music? His sense of hearing crept up to hear if there was any sound of music in the breaths she was emitting rather heavily every now and then. At first he could hear nothing. Then it struck him that each breath was a muttered phrase. He stiffened, and hatred flamed through his veins. The words came clearly through her lips. The present system of wage slavery. Evadne! He sprang to his feet. You're preparing your speech. She did not move. I am, she said. Damn it, you shan't speak. Damn it, I will. Evadne, you shan't speak. If you do, I swear to God above, I'll turn you out into the streets. She rose and came towards him. She looked black and dangerous. She trod softly like a cat with her head down. In spite of himself, his tongue lipped his lips in fear, and he cowered a moment before he picked up a knife from the table. For a space she looked down on him and the sharp blade. You idiot! Can't you hear the kettle's boiling over? He shrank back, letting the knife fall on the floor. For 3 minutes he stood there controlling his breath and trying to still his heart. Then he followed her into the kitchen. She was making a noise with a basin full of dishes. Stop that row. She turned round with a dripping dishcloth in her hand and pondered whether to throw it at him. But she was tired and wanted peace, so that she could finish the rough draft of her speech. So she stood waiting. Did you understand what I said then? If you don't promise me here and now. She flung her arms upwards with a cry and dashed past him. He made to run after her upstairs, but stumbled on the threshold of the lobby and sat with his ankle twisted under him, shaking with rage. In a second she ran downstairs again, clothed in a big cloak, with a black bundle clutched to her breast. For the first time in their married life she was seized with a convulsion of sobs. She dashed out of the front door and banged it with such passion that a glass pane shivered to fragments behind her. What's this? What's this? He cried stupidly, standing up. He perceived with an insane certainty that she was going out to meet some unknown lover. I'll come and tell him what a slut you are, he shouted after her, and stumbled to the door. It was jammed now, and he had to drag at it. The night was flooded with the yellow moonshine of midsummer. It seemed to drip from the lacquered leaves of the shrubs in the front garden. In its soft clarity he could see her plainly, although she was now 200 yards away. She was hastening to the north end of Sumatra Crescent, an end that curled up the hill like a silly kitten's tail and stopped abruptly in green fields. So he knew that she was going to the young man who had just bought the Georgian manor whose elm trees crowned the hill. Oh, how he hated her! Yet he must follow her, or else she would cover up her adulteries so that he could not take his legal revenge. So he began to run, silently, for he wore his carpet slippers. He was only 100 yards behind her when she slipped through a gap in the hedge to tread a field path. She still walked with pride, for though she was town-bred, night in the open seemed not at all fearful to her. As he shuffled in pursuit, his carpet slippers were engulfed in a shining pool of mud. He raised one with a squelch, the other was left. This seemed the last humiliation. He kicked the other one off his feet and padded on in his socks, snuffling in anticipating of a cold. Then physical pain sent him back to the puddle to pluck out the slippers. It was a dirty job. His heart battered his breast as he saw that Evadne had gained the furthest hedge and was crossing the stile into the lane that ran up to the manor gates. "Go on, you beast," he muttered. "Go on, go on." After a scamper he climbed the stile and thrust his lean neck beyond a mass of wilted hawthorn bloom that crumbled into vagrant petals at his touch. The lane mounted yellow as cheese to where the moon lay on his iron tracery of the manor gates. Evadne was not there. Hardly believing his eyes, he hobbled over into the lane and looked in the other direction. There he saw her disappearing round the bend of the road. Gathering himself up to a run, he tried to think out his bearings. He had seldom passed this way, and like most people without strong primitive instincts, he had no sense of orientation. With difficulty he remembered that after a mile's mazy wanderings between high hedges, this lane sloped suddenly to the bowl of heather overhung by the moorlands, in which lay the Petric reservoirs, 2 untamed lakes. "Ah, she's going to meet him by the water," he cursed to himself. He remembered the withered ash tree, seared by lightning to its root, that stood by the road at the bare frontier of the moor. "May God strike her like that," he prayed, "as she fouls the other man's lips with her kisses. Oh God, let me strangle her, or bury a knife deep in her breast." Suddenly he broke into a lolloping run. "Oh, my lord, I'll be able to divorce her. I'll be free to live alone, to do my day's work and sleep my night's sleep without her. I'll get a job somewhere else and forget her. I'll bring her to the dogs. No clean man or woman in Petric will look at her now. They won't have her to speak at that meeting now." His throat swelled with joy. He leapt high in the air. "I'll lie about her. If I can prove that she's wrong with this man, they'll believe me if I say she's a bad woman and drinks. I'll make her name a joke. And then—" He flung wide his arms in ecstasy. The left struck against stone. More pain than he had thought his body could hold convulsed him, so that he sank on the ground hugging his aching arm. He looked backwards as he writhed and saw that the hedge had stopped. Above him was the great stone wall of the county asylum. The question broke on him. Was there any lunatic in its confines so slavered with madness as he himself? Nothing but madness could have accounted for the torrent of ugly words, the sea of uglier thoughts that was now a part of him. "Oh God, me to turn like this!" he cried, rolling over full length on the grassy bank by the roadside. That the infidelity of his wife, a thing that should have brought out the stern manliness of his true nature, should have discovered him as lecherous-lipped as any pot-house lounger, was the most infamous accident of his married life. The sense of sin descended on him so that his tears flowed hot and bitterly. "Have I gone to the Unitarian chapel every Sunday morning, and to the Ethical Society every evening for nothing?" his spirit asked itself in its travail. "All those Browning lectures for nothing?" He said the Lord's Prayer several times, and lay for a minute quietly crying. The relaxation of his muscles brought him a sense of rest, which seemed forgiveness falling from God. The tears dried on his cheeks. His calmer consciousness heard the sound of rushing waters, mingled with the beating of blood in his ears. He got up and scrambled round the turn of the road that brought him to the withered ash tree. He walked forward on the parched heatherland to the mound whose scarred sides, heaped with boulders, tufted with mountain grasses, shone before him in the moonlight. He scrambled up to it hurriedly, and hoisted himself from ledge to ledge, till he fell on his knees with a squeal of pain. His ankle was caught in a crevice of the rock. Gulping down his agony at this final physical humiliation, he heaved himself upright and raced on to the summit, and found himself before the Devil's Cauldron, filled to the brim with yellow moonshine and the fiery play of summer lightning. The rugged crags opposite him were a low barricade against the stars, to which the mound where he stood shot forward like a bridge. To the left of this, The long Lisbeck pond lay like a trailing serpent. Its silver scales glittered as the wind swept down from the vaster moorlands to the east. To the right, under a steep drop of 20 feet, was the Whimsy Pond, more sinister, shaped in an unnatural oval, sheltered from the wind by the high ridge, so that the undisturbed moonlight lay across it like a sharp-edged sword. He looked about for some sign of Evadne. She could not be on the land by the margin of the lakes, for the light blazed so strongly that each reed could be clearly seen like a black dagger stabbing the silver. He looked down Lisbeck and saw far east a knot of red and green and orange lights. Perhaps for some devilish purpose Evadne had sought Lisbeck railway station, but his volcanic mind had preserved one grain of sense that assured him that, subtle as Evadne's villainy might be, it would not lead her to walk 5 miles out of her way to a terminus which she could have reached in 15 minutes by taking a train from the station down the road. She must be under cover somewhere here. He went down the gentle slope that fell from the top of the ridge to Lisbeck Pond in a disorder of rough heather, unhappy patches of cultivated grass, and coppices of silver birch, fringed with flaming broom that seemed faintly tarnished in the moonlight. At the bottom was a roughly hewn path, which he followed in hot, aimless hurry. In a little he approached a riot of falling waters. There was a slice 10 feet broad carved out of the ridge, and to this narrow channel of black shining rock the floods of Lisbeck leapt some feet and raced through to Whimsy. The noise beat him back. The gap was spanned by a gaunt thing of paint-blistered iron, on which he stood dizzily, and noticed how the wide step that ran on each side of the channel through to the other pond was smeared with sinister green slime. Now his physical distress reminded him of Evadne, whom he had almost forgotten in contemplation of these lonely waters. The idea of her had been present but obscured, as sometimes toothache may cease active torture. His bloodlust set him on, and he staggered forward with covered ears. Even as he went, something caught his eye in a thicket high up on the slope near the crags. Against the slender pride of some silver birches stood a gnarled hawthorn tree, its branches flattened under the stern moorland winds so that it grew squat like an opened umbrella. In its dark shadows, faintly illumined by a few boughs of withered blossom, there moved a strange bluish light. Even while he did not know what it was, it made his flesh stir. The light emerged. It was the moonlight reflected from Evadne's body. She was clad in a black bathing dress, and her arms and legs and the broad streak of flesh laid bare by a rent down the back shone brilliantly white, so that she seemed like a grotesquely patterned wild animal as she ran down to the lake. Whirling her arms above her head, she trampled down into the water and struck out strongly. Her movements were full of brisk delight, and she swam quickly. The moonlight made her the centre of a little feathery blur of black and silver, with a comet's tail trailing in her wake. Nothing in all his married life had ever staggered Silverton so much as this. He had imagined his wife's adultery so strongly that it had come to be. It was now as real as their marriage, more real than their courtship. So this seemed to be the last crime of the adulteress. She had dragged him over those squelching fields and these rough moors, and changed him from a man of irritations but no passions, into a cold designer of murderous treacheries, so that he might witness a swimming exhibition. For a minute he was stunned. Then he sprang down to the rushy edge and ran along in the direction of her course, crying, "Evadne! Evadne!" She did not hear him. At last he achieved a chest note and sounded, "Evadne! Come here!" The black and silver feather shivered in mid-water. She turned immediately and swam back to shore. He suspected sullenness in her slowness, but was glad of it, for after the shock of this extraordinary incident he wanted to go to sleep. Drowsiness lay on him like lead. He shook himself like a dog and wrenched off his linen collar, winking at the bright moon to keep himself awake. As she came quite near, he was exasperated by the happy, snorting breaths she drew, and strolled a pace or two up the bank. To his enragement, the face she lifted as she waded to dry land was placid, and she scrambled gaily up the bank to his side. "Oh, George, why did you come?" she exclaimed quite affectionately, laying a damp hand on his shoulder. "Oh, damn it! What does this mean?" he cried, committing a horrid tenor squeak. "What are you doing?" "Why, George," she said, "I came here for a bathe." He stared into her face and could make nothing of it. It was only sweet surfaces of flesh, soft radiances of eye and lip, a lovely lie of comeliness. He forgot this present grievance in a cold search for the source of her peculiar hatefulness. Under this sick gaze she pouted and turned away with a peevish gesture. He made no sign and stood silent, watching her saunter to that gaunt iron bridge. The roar of the little waterfall did not disturb her splendid nerves, and she drooped sensuously over the handrail, sniffing up the sweet night smell, too evidently trying to abase him to another apology. A mosquito whirred into his face. He killed it viciously and strode off toward his wife, who showed by a common little toss of the head that she was conscious of his coming. "Look here, Evadne," he panted. "What did you come here for? Tell me the truth, and I promise I'll not... Not what, George?" "Oh, please, please, tell me the truth. Do, Evadne!" he cried pitifully. "But, dear, what is there to carry on about so? You went on so queerly about my meeting that my head felt fit to split, and I thought the long walk and the dip would do me good." She broke off, amazed at the wave of horror that passed over his face. His heart sank. From the loose-lipped hurry in the telling of her story, from the bigness of her eyes and the lack of subtlety in her voice, he knew that this was the truth. Here was no adulteress whom he could accuse in the law courts and condemn into the street, no resourceful sinner whose merry crimes he could discover. Here was merely his good wife, the faithful attendant of his hearth, relentless wrecker of his soul. She came towards him as a cat approaches a displeased master, and hovered about him on the stone coping of the noisy sluice. "Indeed?" he found himself saying sarcastically. "Indeed?" "Yes, George Silverton, indeed!" she burst out, a little frightened. "And why shouldn't I? I used to come here often enough on summer nights with poor mamma." "Yes!" he shouted. It was exactly the sort of thing that would appeal to that weird half-black woman from the back of Beyond. "Mamma!" he cried tauntingly. "Mamma!" There was a flash of silence between them, before Evadne, clutching her breast and balancing herself dangerously on her heels on the stone coping, broke into gentle shrieks. "You dare talk of my mamma, my poor mamma, and she cold in her grave! I haven't been happy since she died and I married you, you silly little misery, you!" Then the rage was suddenly wiped off her brain by the perception of a crisis. The trickle of silence overflowed into a lake, over which their spirits flew, looking at each other's reflection in the calm waters. In the hurry of their flight they had never before seen each other. They stood facing one another with dropped heads, quietly thinking. The strong passion which filled them threatened to disintegrate their souls, as a magnetic current decomposes the electrolyte, so they fought to organize their sensations. They tried to arrange themselves and their lives for comprehension. But beyond sudden lyric visions of old incidents of hatefulness, such as a smarting quarrel of 6 years ago, as to whether Evadne had or had not cheated the railway company out of 1 8 on an excursion ticket, the past was intangible. It trailed behind this intense event as the pale hair trails behind the burning comet. They were preoccupied with the moment. Quite often George had found a mean pleasure in the thought that by never giving Evadne a child he had cheated her out of one form of experience, and now he paid the price for this unnatural pride of sterility. For now the spiritual offspring of their intercourse came to birth. A sublime loathing was between them. For a little time it was a huge, perilous horror. But afterwards, like men aboard a ship whose masts seek the sky through steep waves, they found a drunken pride in the adventure. This was the very absolute of hatred. It cheapened the memory of the fantasias of irritation and ill will they had performed in the less boring moments of their marriage, and they felt dazed, as amateurs who had found themselves creating a masterpiece. For the first time they were possessed by a supreme emotion, and they felt a glad desire to strip away restraint and express it nakedly. It was ecstasy. They felt tall and full of blood. Like people who, bewitched by Christ, see the whole earth as the breathing body of God, so they saw the universe as the substance and the symbol of their hatred. The stars trembled overhead with wrath. A wind from behind the angry crags set the moonlight on Lisbeck quivering with rage, and the squat hawthorn tree creaked slowly like the irritation of a dull little man. The dry moors, parched with harsh anger, waited thirstily, and, sending out the murmur of rustling mountain grass and the cry of wakening fowl, seemed to huddle closer to the lake. But this sense of the earth's sympathy slipped away from them, and they loathed all matter as the dull wrapping of their flame-like passion. At their wishing, matter fell away, and they saw sarcastic visions. He saw her as a toad squatting on the clean earth, obscuring the stars and pressing down its hot, moist body on the cheerful fields. She felt his long, boneless body coiled round the roots of the lovely tree of life. They shivered fastidiously. With an uplifting sense of responsibility, they realized that they must kill each other. A bird rose over their heads with a leaping flight that made it seem as though its black body was bouncing against the bright sky. The foolish noise and motion precipitated their thoughts. They were broken into a new conception of life. They perceived that God is war, and his creatures are meant to fight. When dogs walk through the world, cats must climb trees. The virgin must snare the wanton, the fine lover must put the prude to the sword. The gross man of action walks, spurred on the bloodless bodies of the men of thought, who lie quiet and cunningly do not tell him where his grossness leads him. The flesh must smother the spirit must set the flesh on fire and watch it burn. And those who were gentle by nature and shrank from the ordained brutality were betrayers of their kind, surrendering the earth to the seed of their enemies. In this war there is no discharge. If they succumbed to peace now, the rest of their lives would be dishonourable, like the exile of a rebel who has begged his life as the reward of cowardice. It was their first experience of religious passion, and they abandoned themselves to it, so that their immediate personal qualities fell away from them. Neither his weakness nor her prudence stood in the way of the event. They measured each other with the eye. To her, he was a spidery thing against the velvet blackness and hard silver surfaces of the pond. The light soaked her bathing dress, so that she seemed, against the jagged shadows of the rock cutting, as though she were clad in a garment of dark, polished mail. Her knees were bent so clearly, her toes gripped the coping so strongly. He understood very clearly that if he did not kill her instantly, she would drop him easily into the deep riot of waters. Yet for a space he could not move, but stood expecting a degrading death. Indeed, he gave her time to kill him. But she was without power too, and struggled weakly with a hallucination. The quarrel in Sumatra Crescent with its suggestion of vast and unmentionable antagonisms, her swift race through the moon-drenched countryside, all crepitant with night noises, the swimming in the wine-like lake, their isolation on the moor, which was expressly hostile to them, as nature always is to lonely man, and this stark contest face to face, with their resentments heaped between them like a pile of naked swords. These things were so strange that her civilized self shrank back appalled. There entered into her the primitive woman who is the curse of all women, a creature of the most utter femaleness, useless, save for childbirth, with no strong brain to make her physical weakness a light accident, abjectly and corruptingly afraid of man. A squaw, she dared not strike her lord. The illusion passed like a moment of faintness, and left her enraged at having forgotten her superiority even for an instant. In the material world she had 1,000 times been defeated into making prudent reservations and practising unnatural docilities. But in the world of thought she had maintained unfalteringly her masterfulness, in spite of the strong yearning of her temperament towards voluptuous surrenders. That was her virtue. Its violation whipped her to action, and she would have killed him at once, had not his moment come a second before hers. Sweating horribly, he had dropped his head forward on his chest, his eyes fell on her feet, and marked the plebeian moulding of her ankle, which rose thickly over a crease of flesh from the heel to the calf. The woman was coarse in grain and pattern. He had no instinct for honourable attack, so he found himself striking her in the stomach. She reeled from pain, not because his strength overcame hers. For the first time her eyes looked into his candidly open, unveiled by languor or lust. Their hard brightness told him how she despised him for that unwarlike blow. He cried out as he realized that this was another of her despicable victories, and that the whole burden of the crime now lay on him, for he had begun it. But the rage was stopped on his lips as her arms, flung wildly out as she fell backwards, caught him about the waist with abominable justness of eye and evil intention. So they fell, body to body, into the quarrelling waters. The feathery confusion had looked so soft, yet it seemed the solid rock they struck. The breath shot out of him, and suffocation warmly stuffed his ears and nose. Then the rock cleft and he was swallowed by a brawling blackness, in which whirled a vortex that flung him again and again on a sharp thing that burned his shoulder. All about him fought the waters, and they cut his flesh like knives. His pain was past belief. Though God might be war, he desired peace in his time, and he yearned for another God, a child's God, an immense arm coming down from the hills and lifting him to a kindly bosom. Soon his body would burst for breath, his agony would smash in his breastbone. So great was his pain that his consciousness was strained to apprehend it, as a too tightly stretched canvas splits and rips. Suddenly the air was sweet on his mouth. The starlight seemed as hearty as a cheer. The world was still there, the world in which he had lived, so he must be safe. His own weakness and lovableness induced enjoyable tears, and there was a delicious moment of abandonment to comfortable whining before he realized that the water would not kindly buoy him up for long, and that even now a hostile current clasped his waist. He braced his flaccid body against the sucking blackness, and flung his head back so that the water should not bubble so hungrily against the cords of his throat. Above him the slime of the rock was sticky with moonbeams, and the leprous light brought to his mind a newspaper paragraph, read years ago, which told him that the dawn had discovered floating in some oily Mersey dock, under walls as infected with wet growth as this, a corpse whose blood-encrusted fingertips were deeply cleft. On the instant his own fingertips seemed hot with blood and deeply cleft from clawing at the impregnable rock. He screamed gaspingly and beat his hands through the strangling flood. Action, which he had always loathed and dreaded, had broken the hard mould of his self-possession, and the dry dust of his character was blown hither and thither by fear. But one sharp fragment of intelligence which survived this detrition of his personality perceived that a certain gleam on the rock about a foot above the water was not the cold putrescence of the slime, but certainly the hard and merry light of a moon-ray striking on solid metal. His left hand clutched upwards at it, and he swung from a rounded projection. It was, his touch told him, a leaden ring hanging obliquely from the rock, to which his memory could visualize precisely in some past, drier time when Lisbech sent no flood to whimsy, a waterman mooring a boat strewn with pale-bellied perch. And behind the stooping waterman he remembered a flight of narrow steps that led up a buttress to a stone shelf that ran through the cutting. Unquestionably he was safe. He swung in a happy rhythm from the ring, his limp body trailing like a caterpillar through the stream to the foot of the steps, while he gasped in strength. A part of him was in agony, for his arm was nearly dragged out of its socket, and a part of him was embarrassed because his hysteria shook him with a deep rumbling chuckle that sounded as though he meditated on some unseemly joke. The whole was pervaded by a twilight atmosphere of unenthusiastic gratitude for his rescue, like the quietly cheerful tone of a Sunday evening sacred concert. After a minute's deep breathing, he hauled himself up by the other hand and prepared to swing himself on to the steps. But first, to shake off the wet worsted rags, once his socks, that now stuck uncomfortably between his toes, he splashed his feet outwards to mid-stream. A certain porpoise-like surface met his left foot. Fear dappled his face with goose-flesh. Without turning his head he knew what it was. It was Evadne's fat flesh rising on each side of her deep-furrowed spine through the rent in her bathing dress. Once more hatred marched through his soul like a king, compelling service by his godhead, and like all gods, a little hated for his harsh lieu on his worshipper. He saw his wife as the curtain of flesh between him and celibacy, and solitude, and all those delicate abstentions from life which his soul desired. He saw her as the invisible worm destroying the rose of the world with her dark, secret love. Now he knelt on the lowest stone step watching her wet seal-smooth head bobbing nearer on the waters. As her strong arms, covered with little dark points where her thick hairs were clotted with moisture, stretched out towards safety, he bent forward and laid his hands on her head. He held her face under water. Scornfully, he noticed the bubbles that rose to the surface from her protesting mouth and nostrils, and the foam raised by her arms and her thick ankles. To the end, the creature persisted in turmoil, in movement, in action. She dropped like a stone. His hands, with nothing to resist them, slapped the water foolishly, and he nearly overbalanced forward into the stream. He rose to his feet very stiffly. "I must be a very strong man," he said, as he slowly climbed the steps. "I must be a very strong man," he repeated, a little louder, as with a hot and painful rigidity of the joints he stretched himself out at full length along the stone shelf. Weakness closed him in like a lead coffin. For a little time the wetness of his clothes persisted in being felt. Then the sensation oozed out of him, and his body fell out of knowledge. There was neither pain, nor joy, nor any other reckless ploughing of the brain by nerves. He knew unconsciousness, or rather, the fullest consciousness he had ever known. For the world became nothingness, and nothingness which is free from the yeasty nuisance of matter and the ugliness of generation was the law of his being. He was absorbed into vacuity, the untamed substance of the universe, round which he conceived passion and thought to circle as straws caught up by the wind. He saw God and lived. In heaven 1,000 years are a day. And this little corner of time in which he found happiness shrank to a nutshell as he opened his eyes again. This peace was hardly printed on his heart, yet the brightness of the night was blurred by the dawn. With the grunting carefulness of a man drunk with fatigue, he crawled along the stone shelf to the iron bridge, where he stood with his back to the roaring sluice and rested. All things seemed different now, and happier. Like most timid people he disliked the night, and the commonplace hand which the dawn laid on the scene seemed to him a sanctification. The dimmed moon sank to her setting behind the crags. The jewel lights of Lisbech railway station were weak, cheerful twinklings. A steaming bluish milk of morning mist had been spilt on the hard silver surface of the lake, and the reeds no longer stabbed it like little daggers, but seemed a feathery fringe, like the pampas grass in the front garden in Sumatra Crescent. The black crags became brownish, and the mist disguised the sternness of the moor. This weakening of effects was exactly what he had always thought the extinction of Evadne would bring the world. He smiled happily at the moon. Yet he was moved to sudden angry speech. "If I had my time over again," he said, "I wouldn't touch her with the tongs." For the cold he had known all along he would catch had settled in his head, and his handkerchief was wet through. He leaned over the bridge and looked along Lisbech and thought of Evadne. For the first time for many years he saw her image without spirits, and wondered without indignation why she had so often looked like the cat about to steal the cream. What was the cream, and did she ever steal it? Now he would never know. He thought of her very generously, and sighed over the perversity of fate in letting so much comeliness. If she had married a butcher or a veterinary surgeon, she might have been happy, he said, and shook his head at the glassy black water that slid under the bridge to that boiling sluice. A gust of ague reminded him that his wet clothes clung to his fevered body and that he ought to change as quickly as possible or expect to be laid up for weeks. He turned along the path that led back across the moor to the withered ash tree and was learning the torture of bare feet on gravel when he cried out to himself, "I shall be hanged for killing my wife." It did not come as a trumpet call, for he was one of those people who never quite hear what is said to them, and this deafishness extended in him to emotional things. It stole on him clamly, like a fog closing on a city. When he first felt hemmed in by this certainty, he looked over his shoulder to the crags, remembering tales of how Jacobite fugitives had hidden on the moors for many weeks. There lay at least another day of freedom. But he was the kind of man who always goes home. He stumbled on, not very unhappy, except for his feet. Like many people of weak temperament, he did not fear death. Indeed, it had a peculiar appeal to him, for while it was important, exciting, it did not, like most important and exciting things, try to create action. He allowed his imagination the vanity of painting pictures. He saw himself standing in their bedroom, plotting this last event, with the white sheet and the high lights of the mahogany wardrobe shining ghostly at him through the darkness. He saw himself raising a thin hand to the gas bracket and turning on the tap. He saw himself staggering to their bed while death crept in at his nostrils. He saw his corpse lying in full daylight, and for the first time knew himself certainly, unquestionably, dignified. He threw back his chest in pride. But at that moment the path stopped, and he found himself staggering down the mound of heatherland and boulders with bleeding feet. Always he had suffered from sore feet, which had not exactly disgusted, but, worse still, disappointed Evadne. A certain wistfulness she had always evinced when she found herself the superior animal had enraged and humiliated him many times. He felt that sting him now, and flung himself down the mound, cursing. When he stumbled up to the withered ash tree, he hated her so much that it seemed as though she were alive again, and a sharp wind blowing down from the moor terrified him like her touch. He rested there. Leaning against the stripped grey trunk, he smiled up at the sky, which was now so touched to ineffectiveness by the dawn that it looked like a tent of faded silk. There was the peace of weakness in him, which he took to be spiritual, because it had no apparent physical justification. But he lost it as his dripping clothes chilled his tired flesh. His discomfort reminded him that the phantasmic night was passing from him. Daylight threatened him, the daylight in which for so many years he had worked in the solicitor's office and been snubbed and ignored. "The garish day," he murmured disgustedly, quoting the blasphemy of some hymn-writer. He wanted his death to happen in this phantasmic night. So he limped his way along the road. The birds had not yet begun to sing, but the rustling noises of the night had ceased. The silent highway was consecrated to his proud progress. He staggered happily like a tired child returning from a lovely birthday walk. His death in the little bedroom, which for the first time he would have to himself, was a culminating treat to be gloated over, like the promise of a favourite pudding for supper. As he walked, he brooded dozingly on large and swelling thoughts. Like all people of weak passions and enterprise, he loved to think of Napoleon, and in the shadow of the great asylum wall he strutted a few steps of his advance from murder to suicide, with arms crossed on his breast and thin legs trying to strut massively. He was so happy. He wished that a military band went before him, and pretended that the high hedges were solemn lines of men, stricken in awe to silence as their king rode out to some nobly self-chosen doom. Vast he seemed to himself, and magnificent like music, and solemn like the Sphinx. He had saved the earth from corruption by killing Evadne, for whom he now felt the unremorseful pity a conqueror might bestow on a devastated empire. He might have grieved that his victory brought him death, but with immense pride he found that the occasion was exactly described by a text. He saved others, himself he could not save. He had missed the stile in the field above Sumatra Crescent, and had to go back and hunt for it in the hedge. So quickly had his satisfaction brought him home. The field had the fantastic air that jerry-builders give to land poised on the knife-edge of town and country, so that he walked in romance to his very door. The unmarred grass sloped to a stone hedge of towers of loose brick, trenches and mounds of shining clay, and the fine, intentful spires of the scaffolding round the last unfinished house. And he looked down on Petrick. Though to the actual eye it was but a confusion of dark distances through the twilight, a breaking of velvety perspectives, he saw more intensely than ever before its squalid walls and squalid homes, where mean men and mean women enlaced their unwholesome lives. Yet he did not shrink from entering for his great experience, as Christ did not shrink from being born in a stable. He swaggered with humility over the trodden mud of the field and the new white flags of Sumatra Crescent. Down the road before him there passed a dim figure, who paused at each lamp-post and raised a long wand to behead the yellow gas-flowers that were now wilting before the dawn, a ghostly herald preparing the world to be his deathbed. The crescent curved in quiet darkness, save for one house, where blazed a gaslit room with undrawn blinds. The brightness had the startling quality of a scream. He looked in almost anxiously as he passed, and met the blank eyes of a man in evening clothes who stood by the window shaking a medicine. His face was like a wax mask softened by heat. The features were blurred with the suffering which comes from the spectacle of suffering. His eyes lay unshiftingly on George's face as he went by, and he went on shaking the bottle. It seemed as though he would never stop. In the hour of his grandeur, George was not forgetful of the griefs of the little human people, but interceded with God for the sake of this stranger. Everything was beautiful. 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 His own little house looked solemn as a temple. He leaned against the lamp-post at the gate and stared at its empty windows and neat bricks. The disorder of the shattered pane of glass could be overlooked by considering a sign that this house was a holy place, like the Passover blood on the lintel. The propriety of the evenly drawn blind pleased him enormously. He had always known that this was how the great tragic things of the world had accomplished themselves, quietly. Evadne's raging activity belonged to trivial or annoying things, like spring cleaning or thunderstorms. Well, the house belonged to him now. He opened the gate and went up the asphalt path, sourly noticing that Evadne had as usual left out the lawn-mower, though it might very easily have rained, with the wind coming up as it was. A stray cat that had been sleeping in the tuft of pampas grass in the middle of the lawn was roused by his coming, and fled, insolently close to his legs. He hated all wild, homeless things, and bent for a stone to throw at it. But instead his fingers touched a slug, which reminded him of the feeling of Evadne's flesh through the slit in her bathing dress. And suddenly the garden was possessed by her presence. She seemed to amble there as she had so often done, sowing seeds unwisely and tormenting the last days of an ailing geranium by insane transplantation, exclaiming absurdly over such mere weeds as morning glory. He caught the very clucking of her voice. The front door opened at his touch. The little lobby with its closed doors seemed stuffed with expectant silence. He realized that he had come to the theatre of his great adventure. Then panic seized him. Because this was the home where he and she had lived together so horribly, he doubted whether he could do this splendid momentous thing, for here he had always been a poor thing with the habit of failure. His heart beat in him more quickly than his raw feet could pad up the oilclothed stairs. Behind the deal door at the end of the passage was death, nothingness. It would escape him. Even the idea of it would escape him if he did not go to it at once. When he burst at last into its presence, he felt so victorious that he sank back against the door waiting for death to come to him without turning on the gas. He was so happy. His death was coming true. But Evadne lay on his deathbed. She slept there soundly, with her head flung back on the pillows, so that her eyes and brow seemed small in shadow, and her mouth and jaw huge above her thick throat in the light. Her wet hair straggled across the pillow onto a broken cane chair covered with her tumbled clothes. Her breast, silvered with sweat, shone in the ray of the street lamp that had always disturbed their nights. The counterpane rose enormously over her hips in rolls of glazed linen. Out of mere innocent sleep, her sensuality was distilling a most drunken pleasure. Not for one moment did he think this a phantasmic appearance. Evadne was not the sort of woman to have a ghost. Still, leaning against the door, he tried to think it all out, but his thoughts came brokenly, because the dawn light flowing in at the window confused him by its pale glare, and that lax figure on the bed held his attention. It must have been that when he laid his murderous hands on her head, she had simply dropped below the surface and swum a few strokes under water, as any expert swimmer can. Probably he had never even put her into danger, for she was a great lusty creature, and the Weir was a little place. He had imagined the wonder and peril of the battle as he had imagined his victory. He had sneezed exhaustingly, and from his physical distress realized how absurd it was ever to have thought that he had killed her. Bodies like his do not kill bodies like hers. Now his soul was naked and lonely, as though the walls of his body had fallen in at death, and the grossness of Evadne's sleep made him suffer more unlovely a destitution than any old beggar-woman squatting by the roadside in the rain. He had thought he had had what every man most desires, one night of power over a woman for the business of murder or love. But it had been a lie. Nothing beautiful had ever happened to him. He would have wept, but the hatred he had learnt on the moors obstructed all tears in his throat. At least this night had given him passion enough to put an end to it all. Quietly he went to the window and drew down the sash. There was no fireplace, so that sealed the room. Then he crept over to the gas bracket and raised his thin hand, as he had imagined in his hour of vainglory by the lake. He had forgotten Evadne's thrifty habit of turning off the gas at the main to prevent leakage when she went to bed. He was beaten. He undressed and got into bed, as he had done every night for 10 years, and as he would do every night until he died. Still sleeping, Evadne caressed him with warm arms. End of Indissoluble Matrimony by Rebecca West.
The Learned Miss Fleming by Agnes G. Brogan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Learned Miss Fleming by Agnes G. Brogan. "Why I should always be delegated to this highbrow stuff," complained Billy Atkins, "I don't understand. Interviewing the authoress in her lair and all that. Here's this Fleming person, spells her name Helene, writer of treatises on domestic science and director of something in schools. Now what questions can I ask her? Why don't they send a man like Brothers?" "Been there," answered Brothers laconically. "Sent me because I wear glasses. But it would be easier to find audience with the Kaiser than to be admitted to the presence of the learned Helene. Saw her, though, from a distance. She was sitting upon an upper veranda, evidently correcting proof. That's the nearest I got." "Severe looking?" anxiously queried Billy. "No name for it," answered Brothers. "Forbidding's the word. Thought if I could see the niece I'd get in. The two Miss Flemings are rusticating out there together, but Miss Niece was probably avoiding the wily reporter." "Silly fuss to make over some new fangled style of learning anyway," grumbled Billy, jamming his hat on his head. "Well, here's to my success and promotion. The stubborn authoress shall be hunted down." "Look out she doesn't mistake your attentions for intentions," called Brothers as a parting shot. "They say she's looking for a soul mate. Can write pretty romantic stuff, too, for a lady well along." Billy found the old Fleming mansion, set well back among its trees from the roadside. It had not always been a Fleming mansion. In fact, the name was newly adopted, the famous authoress having sprung from unknownness into sudden prominence. There was an evidence of deep study in her briefest articles, of wonderful practical discoveries which set the general student mind to thinking. Miss Helene Fleming was a woman of uncommon ability. So Billy Atkins went in unusual trepidation for that self-confident young man up the flower-bordered path to the door. The entrance was imposing. Billy rang. With no response to his ring, Billy tried the side door, bowing with assumed assuredness to the servant who opened it. Miss Fleming, the writer. Could he see her for just a moment? No, he would not send up his card, but this visit was important. Miss Fleming was too busily engaged to see callers. "But this," begged Billy, "is very urgent." "Miss Fleming will see no one." For a moment Billy camped hopefully upon the doorstep, but the door was firmly closed. Half angrily he made his way around to a rear door. A staring maid confronted him. "Was it Miss Fleming you wish to see, or de niece?" "Oh, either one," he answered hastily. It had occurred to him that the niece might be persuaded to act as envoy to the very difficult aunt, and Billy prided himself upon his persuasive powers with young women. "In de garden there," directed the maid. "She's out there somewheres by de wall." So Billy started, whistling, to encircle the rear garden wall. High upon one post at last he discovered a huge yellow cat, and high upon the corresponding one perched a very pert looking young woman. Perhaps his first impression of pertness was caused by the girl's swinging heels, which clicked against the garden wall in tune to her humming voice, and to a certain rakish angle, maybe, of her bright red hat. "How do you do?" said Billy easily. After a brief scrutiny the girl stared over his head. Billy laughed. "Allow me," he explained, "to both apologize and introduce myself. I came primarily to see Miss Fleming, but " He paused eloquently. "Miss Fleming is not to be seen. Therefore, the matter being urgent, I take it upon myself to seek out and enlist the assistance of her young niece. Please." Billy held out an ingratiating hand. "Be a good girl and come down and help me out." The good girl! regarded him contemptuously, then turned and deliberately addressed the yellow cat. "Peter," she said, "how old do you suppose this callow youth takes us to be?" Peter continued the toilet of his paws. The youth referred to answered in self-defense. "From the length of your dress and the look in your eyes, I should take you to be about 16." "Dresses are worn very short this year," she returned. "Full‐grown women, in my experience," Billy told her, "are not found perched upon gate‐posts with cats for companions." "The companionship of a yellow cat," the girl answered vindictively, "is a relief after the persecution of a lot of brainless reporters." "Whew!" Billy whistled. "I'm one of those." The girl swung her heels. "I knew you were," she said quietly. Uninvited, Billy seated himself upon a bench facing the little figure on the wall. His face fell gloomily. "If you knew what this assignment meant to me," he said, sighing. "How I've counted upon it. Just because your aunt is so determined in her refusal to be interested, it will be a big thing for the man who accomplishes it. You could help me out, if you would. Just ask her to see me. That would be a simple thing for you to be, and it might mean so much to me." The girl wrinkled her brows perplexedly. "Do I understand this to be an affair of the heart?" she mocked. "If so, Miss Fleming might not be entirely obdurate. She has been quoted by one of your papers as searching for a soul mate. So if that is the case—" The girl slipped gracefully down from the wall. "The Lord forbid!" ejaculated Billy. "I'm pretty anxious for this interview, but not desperate enough to propose to a female encyclopedia in order to get it. Pardon me," he added hastily. "I forgot she was your aunt." The girl waved her hands. "Oh, don't mind us," she said sweetly. "We're used to reporters. That's why we like yellow cats." Billy's lugubrious face brightened visibly as he looked at her standing before him. "You are a good deal older than you seemed up there upon the wall," he conceded. The girl nodded. "Yes," she repeated seriously, "a good deal older." For a moment she stood studying his good‐natured, disappointed face, then impulsively seated herself at his side. "Maybe," she suggested, "just maybe, you know, I could answer a few of those questions of yours without disturbing my aunt." "You?" Billy's brows went up incredulously. She nodded. "I always go over my aunt's copy as it comes from the machine." Breathlessly Billy grabbed at pencil and paper. "It's a confounded subject to get at," he said apologetically, "but I'll do my best from these instructions." "Let's see," interrupted the girl, and in a moment it was her pencil that was flying across the pages of Billy's notebook. "There," she said at last, raising a sparkling, glowing face. "That covers the subject pretty well, I think. And now," with a childish movement she held the book behind her back, "promise before I give it to you, solemnly promise that you won't open this, won't read a word of it, till you are back in the office." "It's some trick then," said Billy, sadly. "I knew it was too good to be true." "Promise," demanded the girl. "My hand on it," she added quickly. Billy glanced into the teasing, tempting eyes, down at the little proffered hand, then surrendered. "Cross your heart," laughed the girl. "Cross my heart," said Billy. Over the soft hand he held close in his own he saw suddenly a woman's erect form approaching, a woman with fine, intelligent features and white, severely brushed hair. Blushing confusedly, the girl withdrew her hand, leaving in its place the reporter's book. "Auntie," she said, "I'll be with you directly." "Good bye," she added meaningly, as with new hopefulness Billy waited. "Good bye," the girl repeated, and, picking up her yellow cat, passed swiftly through the garden gate. Dazedly, Billy glanced after them. "The witch," he muttered. "What nonsense has she scribbled in that book? Nothing to do with the case, of course. Billy Atkins, you've been cleverly disposed of, and just when you might have landed real copy." But there was his promise. Jove! He could still feel the firm clasp of that little hand. A very pleasant and heretofore unknown sensation trembled about the region of Billy's honest heart. "Jove!" he murmured again, and laughed softly. "What luck!" cried brothers, as Billy tried to pass unseen into the seclusion of his office. He must read her message alone. Half an hour later he rushed about wildly, his voice triumphant. "What luck!" he cried. "What luck! Well, just about the best ever. Full and comprehensive article. Personal touch, too, because it was written by the lady herself." "Oh, come off," jeered brothers. But Billy was back in his room, reading again a personal postscript. "You're to be congratulated," he read, "upon having this enlivening article direct from the pen of the author, for poor little I am the author. Aunt is only my amanuensis. I couldn't help it, could I, because you got us mixed? I'm doing this to make up for my disagreeable remark as to the preference for cats, and here's hoping for that promotion. Yours, Helene Fleming." Billy closed his eyes in smiling reminiscence, then rushed to the phone. "May I come out to night?" he begged his unseen listener, "to try at least to speak my gratitude?" There was silence for a moment. "Unless," he added humbly, "you still have a preference for yellow cats." "If," answered Miss Fleming sweetly, "you can overcome your aversion to a female encyclopedia." "Coming now," cried Billy. "Right o," laughed the learned Helene. The hours seemed long to Billy while waiting for his watch to tell him that it was a proper hour to call. He took it out so often that once he thought it had stopped and put it to his ear to test it. But when the hand stood at 7:30, the time he had set for starting, he began a journey that should have taken twice the time he gave it. The days were still long, and he was informed that he would find the authoress where he had met her before, in the garden. There he went, and there we leave them. End of The Learned Miss Fleming, by Agnes G. Brogan.
The Long Arm by Richard Harding Davis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn. The Long Arm. The safe was an old one that opened with a key. As adjutant, Captain Swanson had charge of certain funds of the regiment and kept in the safe about $5,000. No one but himself and Ruff, his first sergeant, had access to it, and as Ruff proved an alibi, the money might have been removed by an outsider. The court-martial gave Swanson the benefit of the doubt and a reprimand for not taking greater care of the keys, and Swanson made good the 5,000. Swanson did not think it was a burglar who had robbed the safe. He thought Ruff had robbed it, but he could not possibly prove that. At the time of the robbery, Ruff was outside the Presidio, in uniform, at a moving picture show in San Francisco. A dozen people saw him there. Besides, Ruff held an excellent record. He was a silent, clerk-like young man, better at paper work than campaigning, but even as a soldier he had never come upon the books. and he had seen service in 2 campaigns, and was supposed to cherish ambitions towards a commission. But as he kept much to himself, his fellow non-coms could only guess that. On his captain's account he was loyally distressed over the court-martial, and in his testimony tried to shield Swanson by agreeing heartily that through his own carelessness the keys might have fallen into the hands of someone outside the post. But his loyalty could not save his superior officer from what was a verdict virtually of "not proven." It was a most distressing affair, and on account of the social prominence of Swanson's people, his own popularity, and the name he had made at Batangas and in the Boxer business, was much commented upon, not only in the services, but by the newspapers all over the United States. Every one who knew Swanson knew the court-martial was only a matter of form. Even his enemies ventured only to suggest that overnight he might have borrowed the money, meaning to replace it the next morning. And the only reason for considering this explanation was that Swanson was known to be in debt. For he was a persistent gambler. Just as at Pekin he had gambled with death for his number, in times of peace he gambled for money. It was always his own money. From the start, Swanson's own attitude towards the affair was one of blind, unreasoning rage. In it he saw no necessary routine of discipline, only crass, ignorant stupidity. That anyone should suspect him was so preposterous, so unintelligent, as to be nearly comic. And when instantly he demanded a court of inquiry, he could not believe it when he was summoned before a court-martial. It sickened, wounded, deeply affronted him, turned him quite savage. On his stand his attitude and answers were so insolent that his old friend and classmate, Captain Copley, who was acting as his counsel, would gladly have kicked him. The findings of the court-martial, that neither cleared nor condemned, and the reprimand were an intolerable insult to his feelings, and in a fit of bitter disgust with the service and every one in it, Swanson resigned. Of course, the moment he had done so he was sorry. Swanson's thought was that he could no longer associate with anyone who could believe him capable of theft. It was his idea of showing his own opinion of himself and the army. But no one saw it in that light. On the contrary, people said, "Swanson has been allowed to resign." In the army, voluntarily resigning and being allowed to resign lest greater evil befalls are 2 vastly different things. And when it was too late, no one than Swanson saw that more clearly. His anger gave way to extreme morbidness. He believed that in resigning he had assured every one of his guilt. In every friend and stranger he saw a man who doubted him. He imagined snubs, rebuffs, and coldness. His morbidness fastened upon his mind like a parasite upon a tree, and the brain sickened. When men and women glanced at his alert, well-set-up figure and shoulders, that even when he wore cits seemed to support epaulets, and smiled approvingly, Swanson thought they sneered. In a week he longed to be back in the army with a homesickness that made every one who belonged to it his enemy. He left San Francisco, where he was known to all, and travelled south through Texas, and then to New Orleans and Florida. He never could recall this period with clearness. He remembered changing from one train to another, from one hotel to the next. Nothing impressed itself upon him. For what he had lost, nothing could give consolation. Without honor, life held no charm. And he believed that in the eyes of all men he was a thief, a pariah, and an outcast. He had been in Cuba with the Army of Occupation, and of that beautiful island had grown foolishly fond. He was familiar with every part of it, and he believed in one or another of its pretty ports. He could so completely hide himself that no one could intrude upon his misery. In the States, in the newspapers, he seemed to read only of those places where he had seen service, of those places and friends and associates he most loved. In the little Cuban village in which he would bury himself, he would cut himself off from all newspapers, from all who knew him, from those who had been his friends, and those who knew his name only to connect it with a scandal. On his way from Port Tampa to Cuba, the boat stopped at Key West, and for the hour in which she discharged cargo, Swanson went ashore and wandered aimlessly. The little town, reared on a flat island of coral and limestone, did not long detain him. The main street of shops, eating-houses and saloons, the pretty residences with overhanging balconies, set among gardens and magnolia trees, were soon explored, and he was returning to the boat when the martial music of a band caused him to halt. A side street led to a great gateway surmounted by an anchor. Beyond it Swanson saw lawns of well-kept grass, regular paths, pretty cottages, the two-starred flag of an admiral, and rising high above these, like 4 Eiffel Towers, the gigantic masts of a wireless. He recognized that he was at the entrance to the Key West Naval Station, and turned quickly away. He walked a few feet, the music of the band still in his ears. In an hour he would be steaming toward Cuba, and should he hold to his present purpose, in many years this would be the last time he would stand on American soil, would see the uniform of his country, would hear a military band lull the sun to sleep. It would hurt, but he wondered if it were not worth the hurt. A small sergeant of marines, in passing, cast one glance at the man who seemed always to wear epaulettes, and brought his hand sharply to salute. The act determined Swanson. He had obtained the salute under false pretenses, but it had pleased, not hurt him. He turned back and passed into the gate of the naval station. From the gate a grass-lined carriage drive led to the waters of the harbour and to the wharfs. At its extreme end was the band stand, flanked on one side by the cottage of the admiral, on the other by a sail loft with iron-barred windows and whitewashed walls. Upon the turf were pyramids of cannon balls, and, laid out in rows as though awaiting burial, one-time muzzle-loading guns. Across the harbour the sun was sinking into the coral reefs, and the spring air, still warm from its caresses, was stirred by the music of the band into gentle, rhythmic waves. The scene was one of peace, order, and content. But as Swanson advanced, the measure of the music was instantly shattered by a fierce volley of explosions. They came so suddenly and sharply as to make him start. It was as though from his flank a quick-firing gun in ambush had opened upon him. Swanson smiled at having been taken unawares, for in San Francisco he often had heard the roar and rattle of the wireless. But never before had he listened to an attack like this. From a tiny white and green cottage, squatting among the four giant masts, came the roar of a forest fire. One could hear the crackle of the flames, the crash of the falling tree trunks. The air about the cottage was torn into threads. Beneath the shocks of the electricity, the lawn seemed to heave and tremble. It was like some giant monster, bound and fettered, struggling to be free. Now it growled sullenly, now in impotent rage it spat and spluttered, now it lashed about with crashing, stunning blows. It seemed as though the wooden walls of the station could not contain it. From the road Swanson watched, through the open windows of the cottage, the electric bolts flash and flare and disappear. The thing appealed to his imagination. Its power, its capabilities fascinated him. In it he saw a hungry monster reaching out to every corner of the continent and devouring the news of the world, feeding upon tales of shipwreck and disaster, lingering over some dainty morsel of scandal, snatching from ships and cities 2,000 miles away the thrice-told tale of a conflagration, the score of a baseball match, the fall of a cabinet, the assassination of a king. In a sudden access of fierceness, as though in an ecstasy over some fresh horror just received, it shrieked and chortled. And then, as suddenly as it had broken forth, it sank into silence, and from the end of the carriage drive again rose, undisturbed, the music of the band. The musicians were playing to a select audience. On benches around the band stand sat a half-dozen nursemaids with knitting in their hands, the baby carriages within arm's length. On the turf older children of the officers were at play, and up and down the path bare-headed girls and matrons and officers in uniform strolled leisurely. From the vine-covered cottage of Admiral Preble, set in a garden of flowering plants and bending palmettos, came the tinkle of teacups and the ripple of laughter, and at a respectful distance, seated on the dismantled cannon, were Marines in khaki and blue jackets in glistening white. It was a family group, and had not Swanson recognized among the little audience the others of the passengers from the steamer and natives of the town who, like himself, had been attracted by the music, he would have felt that he intruded. He now wished to remain. He wanted to carry with him into his exile a memory of the men in uniform, of the music and pretty women, of the gorgeous crimson sunset. But though he wished to remain, he did not wish to be recognized. From the glances already turned toward him, he saw that in this little family gathering the presence of a stranger was an event, and he was aware that during the trial the newspapers had made his face conspicuous. Also, it might be that stationed at the post was some officer or enlisted man who had served with him in Cuba, China, or the Philippines, and who might point him out to others. Fearing this, Swanson made a detour and approached the band-stand from the wharf, and with his back to the hawser post seated himself upon the string-piece. He was overcome with an intolerable melancholy. From where he sat he could see, softened into shadows by the wire screens of the veranda, Admiral Preble and his wife and their guests at tea. A month before he would have reported to the Admiral as the commandant of the station and paid his respects. Now he could not do that, at least not without inviting a rebuff. A month before he need only have shown his card to the Admiral's orderly, and the orderly and the guard and the officers' mess and the Admiral himself would have turned the post upside down to do him honor. But of what avail now was his record in 3 campaigns? Of what avail now was his Medal of Honor? They now knew him as Swanson, who had been court-martialed, who had been allowed to resign, who had left the army for the army's good. They knew him as a civilian without rank or authority, as an ex-officer who had robbed his brother officers, as an outcast. His position, as his morbid mind thus distorted it, tempted Swanson no longer. For being in this plight, he did not feel that in any way he was to blame. But with a flaming anger he still blamed his brother officers of the court-martial who had not cleared his name, and with a clean bill of health restored him to duty. Those were the men he blamed, not Ruff, the sergeant who he believed had robbed him, nor himself, who, in a passion of wounded pride, had resigned and so had given reason for gossip, but the men who had not in tones like a bugle call proclaimed his innocence, who, when they had handed him back his sword, had given it grudgingly, not with congratulation. As he saw it, he stood in a perpetual pillory. When they had robbed him of his honor, they had left him naked, and life without honor had lost its flavor. He could eat, he could drink, he could exist. He knew that in many corners of the world white arms would reach out to him and men would beckon him to a place at table. But he could not cross that little strip of turf between him and the chattering group on the veranda and hand his card to the Admiral's orderly. Swanson loved life. He loved it so that without help, money, or affection, he could each morning have greeted it with a smile. But life without honor, he felt a sudden hot nausea of disgust. Why was he still clinging to what had lost its purpose, to what lacked the one thing needful? If life be an ill thing, he thought, I can lay it down. The thought was not new to him, and during the 2 past weeks of aimless wandering he had carried with him his service automatic. To reassure himself he laid his fingers on its cold, smooth surface. He would wait, he determined, until the musicians had finished their concert and the women and children had departed, and then the orderly would find him where he was now seated, sunken against the hawser post, with a hole through his heart. To his disordered brain his decision appeared quite sane. He was sure he never had been more calm. And as he prepared himself for death, he assured himself that for one of his standard no other choice was possible. Thoughts of the active past, or of what distress in the future his act would bring to others, did not disturb him. The thing had to be, no one lost more heavily than himself, and regrets were cowardly. He counted the money he had on his person, and was pleased to find there was enough to pay for what services others must soon render him. In his pockets were letters, cards, a cigarette case, each of which would tell his identity. He had no wish to conceal it, for of what he was about to do he was not ashamed. It was not his act. He would not have died by his own hand. To his unbalanced brain, the officers of the court-martial were responsible. It was they who had killed him. As he saw it, they had made his death as inevitable as though they had sentenced him to be shot at sunrise. A line from "The Drums of the Fore and Aft" came back to him. Often he had quoted it when someone in the service had suffered through the fault of others. It was the death cry of the boy officer, Devlin. The knives of the Ghazi had cut him down, but it was his own people's abandoning him in terror that had killed him. And so, with a sob, he flung the line at the retreating backs of his comrade: "You've killed me, you cowards!" Swanson, nursing his anger, repeated this savagely. He wished he could bring it home to those men of the court-martial. He wished he could make them know that his death lay at their door. He determined that they should know. On one of his visiting cards he penciled, "To the officers of my court-martial, you've killed me, you cowards." He placed the card in the pocket of his waistcoat. They would find it just above the place where the bullet would burn the cloth. The band was playing Auf Wiedersehen, and the waltz carried with it the sadness that had made people call the man who wrote it the Waltz King. Swanson listened gratefully. He was glad that before he went out his last mood had been of regret and gentleness. The sting of his anger had departed, the music soothed and sobered him. It had been a very good world. Until he had broken the spine of things, it had treated him well, far better, he admitted, than he deserved. There were many in it who had been kind, to whom he was grateful. He wished there was some way by which he could let them know that. As though in answer to his wish, from across the parade ground the wireless again began to crash and crackle, but now Swanson was at a greater distance from it, and the sighing rhythm of the waltz was not interrupted. Swanson considered to whom he might send a farewell message, but as in his mind he passed from one friend to another, he saw that to each such a greeting could bring only distress. He decided it was the music that had led him astray. This was no moment for false sentiment. He let his hand close upon the pistol. The audience now was dispersing. The musicians were taking apart their music racks, and from the steps of the vine-covered veranda, Admiral Preble was bidding the friends of his wife adieu. At his side his aide, young, alert, confident, with ill-concealed impatience awaited their departure. Swanson found that he resented the aide. He resented the manner in which he speeded the parting guests. Even if there were matters of importance he was anxious to communicate to the chief, he need not make it plain to the womenfolk that they were in the way. When, a month before, he had been adjutant, in a like situation he would have shown more self-command. He disapproved of the aide entirely. He resented the fact that he was as young as himself, that he was in uniform, that he was an aide. Swanson certainly hoped that when he was in uniform he had not looked so much the conquering hero, so self-satisfied, so supercilious. With a smile he wondered why, at such a moment, a man he had never seen before, and never would see again, should so disturb him. In his heart he knew. The aide was going forward just where he was leaving off. The ribbons on the tunic of the aide, the straps on his shoulders, told Swanson that they had served in the same campaigns, that they were of the same relative rank, and that when he himself, had he remained in the service, would have been a brigadier general, the aide would command a battleship. The possible future of the young sailor filled Swanson with honorable envy and bitter regret. With all his soul he envied him the right to look his fellow man in the eye, his right to die for his country, to give his life, should it be required of him, for 90 million people, for a flag. Swanson saw the two officers dimly, with eyes of bitter self-pity. He was dying, but he was not dying gloriously for a flag. He had lost the right to die for it, and he was dying because he had lost that right. The sun had sunk and the evening had grown chill. At the wharf where the steamer lay on which he had arrived, but on which he was not to depart, the electric cargo lights were already burning. But for what Swanson had to do, there still was light enough. From his breast pocket he took the card on which he had written his message to his brother officers, read and re-read it, and replaced it. Save for the Admiral and his aide at the steps of the cottage, and a bare-headed bluejacket who was reporting to them, and the Admiral's orderly who was walking towards Swanson, no one was in sight. Still seated upon the string-piece of the wharf, Swanson so moved that his back was toward the four men. The moment seemed propitious, almost as though it had been prearranged. for with such an audience for his taking off no other person could be blamed. There would be no question but that death had been self-inflicted. Approaching from behind him, Swanson heard the brisk step of the orderly drawing rapidly nearer. He wondered if the wharf were government property, if he were trespassing, and if for that reason the man had been sent to order him away. He considered bitterly that the government grudged him a place even in which to die. Well, he would not for long be a trespasser. His hand slipped into his pocket. With his thumb he lowered the safety catch of the pistol. But the hand with the pistol in it did not leave his pocket. The steps of the orderly had come to a sudden silence. Raising his head heavily, Swanson saw the man, with his eyes fixed upon him, standing at a salute. They had first made his life unsupportable, Swanson thought. Now they would not let him leave it. "Captain Swanson, sir?" asked the orderly. Swanson did not speak or move. "The Admiral's compliments, sir," snapped the orderly. "And will the captain please speak with him?" Still Swanson did not move. He felt that the breaking point of his self-control had come. This impertinent interruption, this thrusting into the last few seconds of his life of a reminder of all that he had lost, this futile postponement of his end, was cruel, unhuman, unthinkable. The pistol was still in his hand. He had but to draw it and press it close, and before the Marine could leap upon him, he would have escaped. From behind, approaching hurriedly, came the sound of impatient footsteps. The orderly stiffened to attention. "The Admiral," he warned. 12 years of discipline, 12 years of recognition of authority, 12 years of deference to superior officers dragged Swanson's hand from his pistol and lifted him to his feet. As he turned, Admiral Preble, the aide, and the bare-headed bluejacket were close upon him. The Admiral's face beamed. His eyes were young with pleasurable excitement. With the eagerness of a boy he waved aside formal greetings. "My dear Swanson," he cried, "I assure you it's a most astonishing, most curious coincidence. See this man?" He flung out his arm at the bluejacket. "He's my wireless chief. He was wireless operator on the transport that took you to Manila. When you came in here this afternoon he recognized you. Half an hour later he picks up a message, picks it up 2,000 miles from here, from San Francisco, Associated Press news. It concerns you, that is, not really concerns you, but we thought... As though signaling for help, the Admiral glanced unhappily at his aide. "We thought you'd like to know. Of course, to us," he added hastily, "it's quite superfluous, but—" The aide coughed apologetically. "You might read, sir," he suggested. "What? Exactly. Quite so," cried the Admiral. In the fading light he held close to his eyes a piece of paper. "San Francisco, April 20," he read. "Riff, First Sergeant, shot himself here today, leaving written confession theft of regimental funds for which Swanson, captain, lately court-martialed, money found intact in Ruff's mattress, innocence of Swanson never questioned, but dissatisfied with findings of court-martial has left army, brother officers making every effort to find him and persuade return." The Admiral sighed happily. "And my wife," he added, with an impressiveness that was intended to show he had at last arrived at the important part of his message, "says you are to stay for dinner." Abruptly, rudely, Swanson swung upon his heel and turned his face from the Admiral. His head was thrown back, his arms held rigid at his sides. In slow, deep breaths, like one who had been dragged from drowning, he drank in the salt, chill air. After one glance the four men also turned, and in the failing darkness stood staring at nothing, and no one spoke. The aide was the first to break the silence. In a polite tone, as though he were continuing a conversation which had not been interrupted, he addressed the Admiral. "Of course Ruff's written confession was not needed," he said. "His shooting himself proved that he was guilty." Swanson started as though across his naked shoulders the aide had drawn a whip. In penitence and gratitude he raised his eyes to the stars. High above his head the strands of the wireless, swinging from the towering masts like the strings of a giant Aeolian harp, were swept by the wind from the ocean. To Swanson the sighing and whispering wires sang in praise and thanksgiving. End of The Long Arm by Richard Harding Davis.
The Mask of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Mask of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. The Red Death had long devastated the country. No pestilence had ever been so fatal or so hideous. Blood was its avatar and its seal. The redness and the horror of blood. There were sharp pains and sudden dizziness, and then profuse bleeding at the pores, with dissolution. The scarlet stains upon the body, and especially upon the face of the victim, were the pest ban which shut him out from the aid and from the sympathy of his fellow men. And the whole seizure, progress, and termination of the disease were the incidents of half an hour. But the Prince Prospero was happy and dauntless and sagacious. When his dominions were half depopulated, he summoned to his presence 1,000 hale and light‐hearted friends from among the knights and dames of his court, and with these retired to the deep seclusion of one of his castellated abbeys. This was an extensive and magnificent structure, the creation of the Prince's own eccentric yet august taste. A strong and lofty wall girdled it in. This wall had gates of iron. The courtiers, having entered, brought furnaces and massy hammers and welded the bolts. They resolved to leave means neither of ingress or egress to the sudden impulses of despair or of frenzy from within. The abbey was amply provisioned. With such precautions the courtiers might bid defiance to contagion. The external world could take care of itself. In the meantime it was folly to grieve. or to think. The prince had provided all the appliances of pleasure. There were buffoons, there were improvisatori, there were ballet dancers, there were musicians, there was beauty, there was wine. All these and security were within. Without was the Red Death. It was toward the close of the 5th or 6th month of his seclusion, and while the pestilence raged most furiously abroad, that the Prince Prospero entertained his 1,000 friends at a masked ball of the most unusual magnificence. It was a voluptuous scene, that masquerade. But first let me tell you of the rooms in which it was held. There were 7, an imperial suite. In many palaces, however, such suites form a long and straight vista, while the folding doors slide back nearly to the walls on either hand, so that the view of the whole extent is scarcely impeded. Here the case was very different, as might have been expected from the Duke's love of the bizarre. The apartments were so irregularly disposed that the vision embraced but little more than one at a time. There was a sharp turn at every 20 or 30 yards, and at each turn a novel effect. To the right and left, in the middle of each wall, a tall and narrow Gothic window looked out upon a closed corridor which pursued the windings of the suite. These windows were of stained glass, whose color varied in accordance with the prevailing hue of the decorations of the chamber into which it opened. That at the eastern extremity was hung, for example, in blue, and vividly blue were its windows. The second chamber was purple in its ornaments and tapestries, and here the panes were purple. The third was green throughout, and so were the casements. The fourth was furnished and lighted with orange, the fifth with white, the sixth with violet. The seventh apartment was closely shrouded in black velvet tapestries that hung all over the ceiling and down the walls, falling in heavy folds upon a carpet of the same material and hue. But in this chamber only, the color of the windows failed to correspond with the decorations. The panes here were scarlet, a deep blood color. Now in no one of the 7 apartments was there any lamp or candelabrum, amid the profusion of golden ornaments that lay scattered to and fro or depended from the roof. There was no light of any kind emanating from lamp or candle within the suite of chambers. But in the corridors that followed the suite, there stood, opposite to each window, a heavy tripod, bearing a brazier of fire that projected its rays through the tinted glass and so glaringly illumined the room. And thus were produced a multitude of gaudy and fantastic appearances. But in the western or black chamber, the effect of the firelight that streamed upon the dark hangings through the blood tinted panes was ghastly in the extreme, and produced so wild a look upon the countenances of those who entered, that there were few of the company bold enough to set foot within its precincts at all. It was in this apartment also that there stood against the western wall a gigantic clock of ebony. Its pendulum swung to and fro with a dull, heavy, monotonous clang, and when the minute hand made the circuit of the face, and the hour was to be stricken, there came from the brazen lungs of the clock a sound which was clear and loud and deep and exceedingly musical, but of so peculiar a note and emphasis that, at each lapse of an hour, the musicians of the orchestra were constrained to pause momentarily in their performance to hearken to the sound, and thus the waltzers perforce ceased their evolutions, and there was a brief disconcert of the whole gay company, and while the chimes of the clock yet rang, it was observed that the giddiest grew pale, and the more aged and sedate passed their hands over their brows as if in confused reverie or meditation. But when the echoes had fully ceased, A light laughter at once pervaded the assembly. The musicians looked at each other and smiled, as if at their own nervousness and folly, and made whispering vows, each to the other, that the next chiming of the clock should produce in them no similar emotion. And then, after the lapse of 60 minutes, which embrace 3,600 seconds of the time that flies, there came yet another chiming of the clock, and then were the same disconcert and tremulousness and meditation as before. But in spite of these things, it was a gay and magnificent revel. The tastes of the Duke were peculiar. He had a fine eye for colors and effects. He disregarded the decora of mere fashion. His plans were bold and fiery, and his conceptions glowed with barbaric lustre. There are some who would have thought him mad. His followers felt that he was not. It was necessary to hear and see and touch him to be sure that he was not. He had directed, in great part, the movable embellishments of the 7 chambers upon occasion of this great fête, and it was his own guiding tastes that had given character to the masqueraders. Be sure they were grotesque. There were much glare and glitter and piquancy and phantasm, much of what has been since seen in Hernani. There were arabesque figures, with unsuited limbs and appointments. There were delirious fancies, such as the madman fashions. There was much of the beautiful, much of the wanton, much of the bizarre, something of the terrible, and not a little of that which might have excited disgust. To and fro in the 7 chambers there stalked, in fact, a multitude of dreams. And these, the dreams, writhed in and about, taking hue from the rooms, and causing the wild music of the orchestra to seem as the echo of their steps. And anon there strikes the ebony clock which stands in the Hall of the Velvet. And then, for a moment, all is still, and all is silent save the voice of the clock. The dreams are stiff frozen as they stand. But the echoes of the chime die away. They have endured but an instant, and a light, half subdued laughter floats after them as they depart. And now again the music swells, and the dreams live and writhe to and fro more merrily than ever, taking hue from the many tinted windows through which stream the rays from the tripods. But to the chamber, which lies most westwardly of the 7, there are now none of the maskers who venture, for the night is waning away, and there flows a ruddier light through the blood‐colored panes, and the blackness of the sable drapery appalls. And to him whose foot falls upon the sable carpet there comes from the near clock of ebony a muffled peal more solemnly emphatic than any which reaches their ears who indulge in the more remote gaieties of the other apartments. But these other apartments were densely crowded, and in them beat feverishly the heart of life, and the revel went whirlingly on, until at length there commenced the sounding of midnight upon the clock. And then the music ceased, as I have told, and the evolutions of the waltzers were quieted, and there was an uneasy cessation of all things as before. But now there were 12 strokes to be sounded by the bell of the clock, and thus it happened, perhaps, that more of thought crept, with more of time, into the meditations of the thoughtful among those who revelled. And thus, too, it happened, perhaps, that before the last echoes of the last chime had utterly sunk into silence, there were many individuals in the crowd who had found leisure to become aware of the presence of a masked figure which had arrested the attention of no single individual before. And the rumor of this new presence having spread itself whisperingly around, there arose at length from the whole company a buzz, a murmur, expressive of disapprobation and surprise. Then finally of terror, of horror, and of disgust. In an assembly of phantasms such as I have painted, it may well be supposed that no ordinary appearance could have excited such sensation. In truth, the masquerade license of the night was nearly unlimited, but the figure in question had out-Heroded Herod, and gone beyond the bounds of even the prince's indefinite decorum. There are chords in the hearts of the most reckless which cannot be touched without emotion. Even with the utterly lost, to whom life and death are equally jests, there are matters of which no jest can be made. The whole company, indeed, seemed now deeply to feel that in the costume and bearing of the stranger neither wit nor propriety existed. The figure was tall and gaunt, and shrouded from head to toe in the habiliments of the grave. The mask which concealed the visage was made so nearly to resemble the countenance of a stiffened corpse, that the closest scrutiny must have had difficulty in detecting the cheat. And yet all this might have been endured, if not approved, by the mad revellers around. But the mummer had gone so far as to assume the type of the Red Death. His vesture was dabbled in blood, and his broad brow, with all the features of the face, was besprinkled with the scarlet horror. When the eyes of Prince Prospero fell upon this spectral image, which, with a slow and solemn movement, as if more fully to sustain its rôle, stalked to and fro among the waltzers, he was seen to be convulsed in the first moment with a strong shudder either of terror or distaste, but in the next his brow reddened with rage. "Who dares," he demanded hoarsely of the courtiers who stood near him, "who dares insult us with this blasphemous mockery? Seize him and unmask him, that we may know whom we have to hang at sunrise from the battlements." It was in the eastern or blue chamber in which stood the Prince Prospero as he uttered these words. They rang throughout the 7 rooms loudly and clearly, for the prince was a bold and robust man, and the music had become hushed at the waving of his hand. It was in the blue room where stood the prince, with a group of pale courtiers by his side. At first, as he spoke, there was a slight rushing movement of this group in the direction of the intruder, who at the moment was also near at hand, and now, with deliberate and stately step, made closer approach to the speaker. But from a certain nameless awe with which the mad assumptions of the mummer had inspired the whole party, there were found none who put forth hand to seize him, so that, unimpeded, he passed within a yard of the prince's person, and while the vast assembly, as if with one impulse, shrank from the centres of the rooms to the walls, he made his way uninterruptedly, but with the same solemn and measured step which had distinguished him from the first, through the blue chamber to the purple, through the purple to the green, through the green to the orange, through this again to the white, and even thence to the violet, ere a decided movement had been made to arrest him. It was then, however, that the Prince Prospero, maddening with rage and the shame of his own momentary cowardice, rushed hurriedly through the 6 chambers, while none followed him on account of a deadly terror that had seized upon all. He bore aloft a drawn dagger, and had approached in rapid impetuosity to within 3 or 4 feet of the retreating figure, when the latter, having attained the extremity of the velvet apartment, turned suddenly and confronted his pursuer. There was a sharp cry, and the dagger dropped gleaming upon the sable carpet, upon which, instantly afterwards, fell prostrate in death the Prince Prospero. Then, summoning the wild courage of despair, A throng of the revellers at once threw themselves into the black apartment, and, seizing the mummer, whose tall figure stood erect and motionless within the shadow of the ebony clock, gasped in unutterable horror at finding the grave cerements and corpse-like mask which they handled with so violent a rudeness, untenanted by any tangible form. And now was acknowledged the presence of the Red Death. He had come like a thief in the night, and one by one dropped the revellers in the blood-bedewed halls of their revel, and died each in the despairing posture of his fall. And the life of the ebony clock went out with that of the last of the gay, and the flames of the tripods expired, and darkness and decay and the Red Death held illimitable dominion over all. End of Masque of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe.
A Sandshore Wooing by Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. A Sandshore Wooing. Fir Cottage, Plover Sands, July 6th. We arrived here late last night, and all day Aunt Martha has kept her room to rest. So I had to keep to mine also, although I felt as fresh as a morning lark, and just in the mood for enjoyment. My name is Marguerite Forrester, an absurdly long name for so small a girl. Aunt Martha always calls me Marguerite, with an accent of strong disapproval. She does not like my name, but she gives me the full benefit of it. Connie Shelmerdine used to call me Rita. Connie was my roommate last year at the seminary. We correspond occasionally, but Aunt Martha frowns on it. I have always lived with Aunt Martha. My parents died when I was a baby. Aunt Martha says I am to be her heiress if I please her, which means, but oh, you don't know what pleasing Aunt Martha means. Aunt is a determined and inveterate man-hater. She has no particular love for women, indeed, and trusts nobody but Mrs. Saxby, her maid. I rather like Mrs. Saxby. She is not quite so far gone in petrification as Aunt, although she gets a little stonier every year. I expect the process will soon begin on me, but it hasn't yet. My flesh and blood are still unreasonably warm and pulsing and rebellious. Aunt Martha would be in danger of taking a fit if she ever saw me talking to a man. She watches me jealously, firmly determined to guard me from any possible attack of a roaring and ravening lion, in the disguise of 19th century masculine attire. So I have to walk demurely and assume a virtue, if I have it not, while I pine after the untested flesh-pots of Egypt, in secret. We have come down to spend a few weeks at Fir Cottage. Our good landlady is a capacious, kindly-souled creature, and I think she has rather a liking for me. I have been chattering to her all day, for there are times when I absolutely must talk to someone or go mad. July 10th. This sort of life is decidedly dull. The programme of every day is the same. I go to the sandshore with Aunt Martha and Mrs. Saxby in the morning, read to Aunt in the afternoons, and mope around by my disconsolate self in the evenings. Mrs. Blake has lent me, for shore use, a very fine spyglass which she owns. She says her man brought it home from furrin parts before he died. While Aunt and Mrs. Saxby meander up and down the shore, leaving me free to a certain extent, I amuse myself by examining distant seas and coasts through it, thus getting a few peeps into a forbidden world. We see few people, although there was a large summer hotel about a mile up the beach. Our shore haunts do not seem to be popular with its guests. They prefer the rocks. This suits Aunt Martha admirably. I may also add that it doesn't suit her niece, but that is a matter of small importance. The first morning I noticed a white object on the rocks, about half a mile away, and turned my glass on it. There, apparently within a stone's throw of me, was a young man. He was lounging on a rock, looking dreamily out to sea. There was something about his face that reminded me of someone I know, but I can't remember whom. Every morning he has reappeared on the same spot. He seems to be a solitary individual, given to prowling by himself. I wonder what Aunt would say if she knew what I'm so earnestly watching through my glass at times. July 11th. I shall have to cease looking at the unknown, I'm afraid. This morning I turned my glass, as usual, on his pet haunt. I nearly fell over in my astonishment, for he was also looking through a spyglass straight at me, too, it seemed. How foolish I felt! And yet my curiosity was so strong that a few minutes afterward I peeped back again just to see what he was doing. Then he coolly laid down his glass, rose, lifted his cap, and bowed politely to me, or at least in my direction. I dropped my glass and smiled in a mixture of dismay and amusement. Then I remembered that he was probably watching me again, and might imagine my smile was meant for him. I banished it immediately, shut my glass up, and did not touch it again. Soon after we came home. July 12th. Something has happened at last. Today I went to the shore as usual, fully resolved not even to glance in the forbidden direction. But in the end I had to take a peep, and saw him on the rocks with his glass levelled at me. When he saw that I was looking, he laid down the glass, held up his hands, and began to spell out something in the deaf-mute alphabet. Now I know that same alphabet. Connie taught it to me last year, that we might hold communication across the schoolroom. I gave one frantic glance at Aunt Martha's rigid back, and then watched him while he deftly spelled, "I am Francis Shelmardine. Are you not Miss Forrester, my sister's friend?" Francis Shelmardine! Now I knew whom he resembled. And I have not heard endless dissertations from Connie on this wonderful brother of hers, Francis the clever, the handsome, the charming, until he has become the only hero of dreams I've ever had? It was too wonderful. I could only stare dazedly back through my glass. "May we know each other?" he went on. "May I come over and introduce myself? Right hand, yes. Left, no." I gasped. Suppose he were to come! What would happen? I waved my left hand sorrowfully. He looked quite crestfallen and disappointed as he spelled out, "Why not? Would your friends disapprove?" I signalled, "Yes." "Are you displeased at my boldness?" was his next question. Where had all Aunt Martha's precepts flown then? I blushed to record that I lifted my left hand shyly, and had just time to catch his pleased expression when Aunt Martha came up and said it was time to go home. So I picked myself meekly up, shook the sand from my dress, and followed my good aunt dutifully home. July 13th. When we went to the shore this morning, I had to wait in spasms of remorse and anxiety until Aunt got tired of reading and set off down the shore with Mrs. Saxby. Then I reached for my glass. Mr. Shelmardine and I had quite a conversation. Under the circumstances, there could be no useless circumlocution in our exchange of ideas. It was religiously boiled down, and ran something like this. "You're not displeased with me?" "No, but I should be." "Why?" "It is wrong to deceive Aunt." "I am quite respectable." "That is not the question." "Cannot her prejudices be overcome?" "Absolutely no." "Mrs. Allardyce, who's staying at the hotel, knows her well. Shall I bring her over to vouch for my character?" "It would not do a bit of good." "Then it is hopeless." "Yes." "Would you object to knowing me on your own account?" "No." "Do you ever come to the shore alone?" "No, Aunt would not permit me." "Must she know?" "Yes, I would not come without her permission." "You will not refuse to chat with me thus now and then?" "I don't know, perhaps not." I had to go home then. As we went, Mrs. Saxby complimented me on my good colour. Aunt Martha looked her disapproval. If I were really ill, Aunt would spend her last cent in my behalf, but she would be just as well pleased to see me properly pale and subdued at all times, and not looking as if I were too well contented in this vale of tears. July 17th. I have talked a good deal with Mr. Shelmardine these past 4 days. He is to be at the beach for some weeks longer. This morning he signalled across from the rocks. "I mean to see you at last. Tomorrow I will walk over and pass you." "You must not. Aunt will suspect." "No danger. Don't be alarmed. I will do nothing rash." "I suppose you will. He seems to be very determined. Of course I cannot prevent him from promenading on our beach all day if he chooses. But then if he did, Aunt would speedily leave him in sole possession of it. I wonder what I'd better wear tomorrow. July 19th. Yesterday morning Aunt Martha was serene and unsuspicious. It is dreadful of me to be deceiving her, and I do feel guilty. I sat down on the sand and pretended to read the Memoirs of a Missionary. Aunt likes cheerful books like that, in an agony of anticipation. Presently Aunt said majestically, "Marguerite, there is a man coming this way. We will move further down." And we moved. Poor Aunt! Mr. Shelmardine came bravely on. I felt my heart beating to my very fingertips. He halted by the fragment of an old stranded boat. Aunt had turned her back on him. I ventured on a look. He lifted his hat with a twinkle in his eye. Just then Aunt said icily, "We will go home, Marguerite. That creature evidently intends to persist in his intrusion." Home we came accordingly. This morning he signalled across, "Letter from Connie. Message for you. I mean to deliver it personally. Do you ever go to church?" Now I do go regularly to church at home, but Aunt Martha and Mrs. Saxby are both such rigid church people that they would not darken the doors of the Methodist Church at Plover Sands for any consideration. Needless to say, I am not allowed to go either. But it was impossible to make this long explanation, so I merely replied, "Not here." "Will you not go tomorrow morning?" "Aunt will not let me." "Coax her." "Coaxing never has any effect on her." "Would she relent if Mrs. Allardyce were to call for you?" Now, I have been cautiously sounding Aunt about Mrs. Allardyce, and I have discovered that she disapproves of her. So I said, "It would be useless. I will ask Aunt if I may go, but I feel almost sure that she will not consent." This evening, when Aunt was in an unusually genial mood, I plucked up heart of grace and asked her. "Marguerite," she said impressively, "you know that I do not attend church here." "But, Aunt," I persisted quakingly, "couldn't I go alone? It's not very far, and I will be very careful." Aunt merely gave me a look that said about 40 distinct and separate things, and I was turning away in despair when Mrs. Saxby, bless her heart, said, "I really think it would be no harm to let the child go." As Aunt attaches great importance to Mrs. Saxby's opinion, she looked at me relentingly and said, "Well, I will think it over and let you know in the morning, Marguerite." Now, everything depends on the sort of humour Aunt is in the morning. July 20th. This morning was perfect, and after breakfast Aunt said condescendingly, "I think you may attend church if you wish, Marguerite. Remember that I expect you to conduct yourself with becoming prudence and modesty." I flew upstairs and pulled my prettiest dress out of my trunk. It's a delicate, shimmering grey stuff with pearly tints about it. Every time I get anything new, Aunt Martha and I have a battle royale over it. I verily believe that Aunt would like me to dress in the fashions in vogue in her youth. There's always a certain flavour of old-fashionedness about my gowns and hats. Connie used to say that it was delicious and gave me a piquant uniqueness, a certain unlikeness to other people that possessed a positive charm. That is only Connie's view of it, however. But I had my own way about this dress, and it is really very becoming. I wore a little silvery grey chip hat, trimmed with pale pink flowers, and I pinned at my belt the sweetest cluster of old-fashioned blush rosebuds from a garden. Then I borrowed a hymn book from Mrs. Blake, and ran down to undergo Aunt Martha's scrutiny. "Dear me, child," she said, discontentedly, "you've gotten yourself up very frivolously, it seems to me." "Why, Auntie," I protested, "I'm all in grey, every bit." Aunt Martha sniffed. You don't know how much Aunt can express in a sniff. But I tripped to church like a bird. The first person I saw there was Mr. Shelmardine. He was sitting right across from me, and a smile glimmered in his eyes. I did not look at him again. Through the service I was subdued enough to have satisfied even Aunt Martha. When church came out, he waited for me at the entrance to his pew. I pretended not to see him until he said, "Good morning," in a voice vibrating and deep, which sounded as though it might become infinitely tender if its owner chose. When we went down the steps he took my hymnal, and we walked up the long, bowery country road. "Thank you so much for coming today," he said, as if I went to oblige him. "I had a hard time to get Aunt Martha's consent," I declared frankly. "I wouldn't have succeeded if Mrs. Saxby hadn't taken my part." "Heaven bless Mrs. Saxby," he remarked fervently. "But is there any known way of overcoming your aunt's scruples? If so, I am ready to risk it." "There is none. Aunt Martha is very good and kind to me, but she will never stop trying to bring me up. The process will be going on when I'm 50. And she hates men. I don't know what she would do if she saw me now." Mr. Shelmardine frowned and switched the unoffending daisies viciously with his cane.
"Then there is no hope of my seeing you openly and above board?"
"Not at present," I said faintly. After a brief silence we began to talk of other things. He told me how he happened to see me first.
"I was curious to know who the people were who were always in the same place at the same time, so one day I took my telescope. I could see you plainly. You were reading and had your hat off. When I went back to the hotel I asked Mrs. Allardyce if she knew who the boarders at Fir Cottage were, and she told me. I had heard Connie speak of you, and I determined to make your acquaintance." When we reached the lane I held up my hand for the hymnal. "You mustn't come any farther, Mr. Shelmardine," I said hurriedly. Aunt might see you." He took my hand and held it, looking at me seriously. "Suppose I were to walk up to the cottage tomorrow and ask for you?"
I gasped.
He looked so capable of doing anything he took it into his head to do.
"Oh, you wouldn't," I said piteously. "Aunt Martha would. You're not in earnest."
"I suppose not," he said regretfully. "Of course I would not do anything that would cause you unpleasantness. But this shall not be our last meeting."
"Aunt will not let me come to church again," I said.
"Does she ever take a nap in the afternoon?" he queried.
I wriggled my parasol about in the dust, uneasily. "Sometimes."
"I shall be at the old boat tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, he said.
I pulled my hand away. "I couldn't, you know I couldn't," and then I blushed to my ears.
"Are you quite sure you couldn't?" bending a little nearer.
"Quite sure," I murmured.
"Will you give me a rose?"
I unpinned the whole cluster and handed it to him. He lifted it until it touched his lips. As for me, I scuttled up the lane in the most undignified fashion. At the turn I looked back. He was still standing there with his hat off. July 24th. On Monday afternoon I slipped away to the shore, while Aunt Martha and Mrs. Saxby were taking their regular nap, and I was supposed to be reading sermons in my room. Mr. Shelmardine was leaning against the old boat, but he came swiftly across the sand to meet me.
"This is very kind of you," he said.
"I ought not to have come," I said repentantly. "But it is so lonely there, and one can't be interested in sermons and memoirs all the time."
Mr. Shelmardine laughed. "Mr. and Mrs. Allardyce are on the other side of the boat. Will you come and meet them?"
How nice of him to bring them. I knew I should like Mrs. Allardyce, just because Aunt Martha didn't. We had a delightful stroll. I never thought of the time until Mr. Shelmardine said it was 4 o'clock. "Oh, is it so late as that?" I cried. "I must go at once."
"I'm sorry we have kept you so long," remarked Mr. Shelmardine, in a tone of concern. "If she should be awake, what will the consequences be?"
"Too terrible to think of," I answered seriously. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shelmardine, but you mustn't come any further."
"We will be here tomorrow afternoon," he said.
"Mr. Shelmardine," I protested, "I wish you wouldn't put such ideas into my head. They won't come out, no, not if I read a whole volume of sermons right through." We looked at each other for a second. Then he began to smile, and we both went off into a peal of laughter.
"At least let me know if Miss Fisk rampages," he called after me as I fled.
But Aunt Martha was not awake, and I have been to the shore 3 afternoons since then. I was there today, and I'm going tomorrow for a boat sail with Mr. Shelmardine and the Allardyces. But I'm afraid the former will do something rash soon. This afternoon he said, "I don't think I can stand this much longer." "Stand what?" I asked.
"You know very well," he answered recklessly. "Meeting you in this clandestine manner, and thereby causing that poor little conscience of yours such misery. If your aunt were not so unreasonable, I should never have stooped to it."
"It is all my fault," I said contritely.
"Well, I hardly meant that," he said grimly. "But hadn't I better go frankly to your aunt and lay the whole case before her?"
"You would never see me again if you did that," I said hastily,
then wished I hadn't. "That's the worst threat you could make,"
he said. July 25th. It's all over, and I am the most miserable girl in the world. Of course this means that Aunt Martha has discovered everything, and the deserved punishment of my sins has overtaken me. I slipped away again this afternoon and went for that boat sail. We had a lovely time, but were rather late getting in, and I hurried home with many misgivings. Aunt Martha met me at the door. My dress was draggled, my hat had slipped back, and the kinks and curls of my obstreperous hair were something awful. I know I looked very disreputable, and also, no doubt, very guilty and conscience-stricken. Aunt gave me an unutterable look, and then followed me up to my room in grim silence. "Marguerite, what does this mean?" I have lots of faults, but untruthfulness isn't one of them. I confessed everything, at least almost everything. I didn't tell about the telescopes and deaf-mute alphabet, and Aunt was too horror-stricken to think of asking how I first made Mr. Shelmardine's acquaintance. She listened in stony silence. I had expected a most terrible scolding, but I suppose my crimes simply seemed to her too enormous for words. When I had sobbed out my last word, she rose, swept me one glance of withering contempt, and left the room. Presently Mrs. Saxby came up looking concerned. "My dear child, what have you been doing? Your aunt says that we're to go home on the afternoon train tomorrow. She's terribly upset." I just curled up on the bed and cried, while Mrs. Saxby packed my trunk. I will have no chance to explain matters to Mr. Shelmardine, and I will never see him again, for Aunt is quite capable of whisking me off to Africa. He will just think me a feather-brained flirt. Oh, I'm so unhappy. July 26th. I am the happiest girl in the world. That is quite a different strain from yesterday. We leave Fir Cottage in an hour, but that doesn't matter now. I did not sleep a wink last night, and crawled miserably down to breakfast. Aunt took not the slightest notice of me, but to my surprise she told Mrs. Saxby that she intended taking a farewell walk to the shore. I knew I would be taken too, to be kept out of mischief, and my heart gave a great bound of hope. Perhaps I would have a chance to send word to Francis, since Aunt did not know of the part my spyglass had played in my bad behaviour. I meekly followed my grim guardians to the shore, and sat dejectedly on my rug, while they paced the sand. Francis was on the rocks. As soon as Aunt Martha and Mrs. Saxby were at a safe distance, I began my message. "All discovered. Aunt is very angry. We go home today." Then I snatched my glass. His face expressed the direst consternation and dismay. He signalled, "I must see you before you go." "Impossible! Aunt will never forgive me. Good-bye." I saw a look of desperate determination cross his face. If 40 Aunt Marthas had swooped down upon me, I could not have torn my eyes from that glass. "I love you. You know it. Do you care for me? I must have my answer now." What a situation! No time or chance for any maidenly hesitation or softening aureole of words. Aunt and Mrs. Saxby had almost reached the point where they invariably turned. I had barely time to spell it a plain, blunt "yes," and read his answer. "I shall go home at once, get mother and Connie, follow you, and demand possession of my property. I shall win the day. Have no fear. Till then, good-bye, my darling." "Marguerite," said Mrs. Saxby at my elbow, "it is time to go." I got up obediently. Aunt Martha was as grim and uncompromising as ever, and Mrs. Saxby looked like a chief mourner. But do you suppose I cared? I dropped behind them just once before we left the shore. I knew he was watching me, and I waved my hand. I suppose I am really engaged to Francis Shelmardine, but was there ever such a funny wooing? And what will Aunt Martha say? End of A Sandshore Wooing by Lucy Maud Montgomery.
Sister Liddy by Mary E. Wilkins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. Sister Liddy by Mary E. Wilkins. There were no trees near the almshouse. It stood in its bare, sandy lot, and there were no leaves or branches to cast shadows on its walls. It seemed like the folks whom it sheltered, out in the full glare of day, without any little kindly shade between itself and the dull, unfeeling stare of curiosity. The almshouse stood upon rising ground, so one could see it for a distance. It was a new building, mansard roofed and well painted. The village took pride in it. No town, far or near, had such a house for the poor. It was so fine and costly that the village did not feel able to give its insane paupers separate support in a regular asylum. So they lived in the almshouse with the sane paupers, and there was a padded cell in case they waxed too violent. Around the almshouse lay the town fields. In summer they were green with corn and potatoes. Now they showed ugly plough ridges sloping over the uneven ground, and yellow corn stubble. Beyond the field at the west of the almshouse was a little wood of elms and oaks and wild apple trees. The yellow leaves had all fallen from the elms and the apple trees, but most of the brown ones stayed on the oaks. Polly Moss stood at the west window in the women's sitting room and gazed over at the trees. "It's cur'us how them oak leaves hang on arter the others have all fell off," she remarked. The tall old woman sitting beside the stove looked around suddenly. She had singular bright eyes, and a sardonic smile around her mouth. "It's a way they allers have," she returned scornfully. "Guess there ain't nothin' very cur'us about it. When the oak leaves fall off and the others hang on, then you can be lookin' for the end of the world. That's goin' to be one of the signs." "Allers a harpin' on the end of the world," growled another old woman in a deep bass voice. "I've got jest about sick on it. Seems as if I should go crazy myself hearin' on't the whole time." She was sewing a seam in coarse cloth, and she sat on a stool on the other side of the stove. She was short and stout, and she sat with a heavy settle as if she were stuffed with lead. The tall old woman took no further notice. She sat rigidly straight, and fixed her bright eyes upon the top of the door, and her sardonic smile deepened. The stout old woman gave an ugly look at her, then she sewed with more impetus. Now and then she muttered something in her deep voice. There were, besides herself, three old women in the room. Polly Moss, the tall one, and a pretty one in a white cap and black dress. There was also a young woman. She sat in a rocking chair and leaned her head back. She was handsome, but she kept her mouth parted miserably, and there were ghastly white streaks around it and her nostrils. She never spoke. Her pretty black hair was rough, and her dress sagged at the neck. She had been living out at a large farm, and had overworked. She had no friends or relatives to take her in, so she had come to the almshouse to rest and try to recover. She had no refuge but the almshouse or the hospital, and she had a terrible horror of a hospital. Dreadful visions arose in her ignorant, childish mind whenever she thought of one. She had a lover, but he had not been to see her since she came to the almshouse 6 weeks before. She wept most of the time over that and her physical misery. Polly Moss stood at the window until a little boy trudged into the room, bringing his small feet down with a clapping noise. He went up to Polly and twitched her dress. She looked around at him. "Well now, Tommy, what do you want?" "Come outdoors and play hide and cook with me, Polly." Tommy was a stout little boy. He wore a calico tear that sagged to his heels in the back, and showed in front his little calico trousers. His round face was pleasant and innocent and charming. Polly put her arms around the boy and hugged him. "Tommy's a darling," she said. "Can't he give poor Polly a kiss?" Tommy put up his lips. "Come outdoors and play hide and cook with me," he said again, breathing the words out with the kiss. "Now, Tommy, jest look out of the winder, don't he see that it's raining, hey?" The child shook his head stubbornly, although he was looking straight at the window, which revealed plainly enough that long sheets of rain were driving over the fields. "Come out doors and play hide and coot with me, Polly." "Now, Tommy, just listen to Polly. Don't he know he can't go outdoors when it's raining this way? He'd get all wet, and Polly too. But I'll tell you what Polly and Tommy can do. We'll just go out in the hall and we'll roll the ball. Tommy, go run quick and get his ball." Tommy raised a shout and clapped out of the room. His sweet nature was easily diverted. Polly followed him. She had a twisting limp, and was so bent that she was not much taller than Tommy. Her little pale triangular face seemed to look from the middle of her flat chest. "The wust looking object," growled the stout old woman when Polly was out of the room. "Looks more like an old cat that's had to airn its own living than a human being. It 'bout makes me sick to look at her." Her deep tones traveled far. Polly, out in the corridor, waiting for Tommy, heard every word. "She is a dreadful looking creeter," assented the pretty old woman. As she spoke she puckered her little red mouth daintily and drew herself up with a genteel air. The stout old woman surveyed her contemptuously. "Well, good looks don't amount to much, nohow," said she, "if folks ain't got common sense to balance 'em. I'd enough sight ruther know a little something than have a dolly face myself." "Seems to me she is about the dreadfullest looking creeter that I ever did see," repeated the pretty old woman, quite unmoved. Aspersions on her intellect never aroused her in the least. The stout old woman looked baffled. "Just turn your head a little that way, will you, Miss Handy?" she said presently. The pretty old woman turned her head obediently. "What is it?" she inquired, with a conscious simper. "Just turn your head a little more. Yes, it's funny I ain't never noticed it afore. Your nose is a leetle green crooked, ain't it, Miss Handy?" Mrs. Handy's face turned a deep pink. Even her little ears and her delicate old neck were suffused. Her blue eyes looked like an enraged bird's. "Crooked? Hm! I shouldn't think that folks that's got a nose like some folks had better say much about other folks' noses. There can't nobody tell me nothin' about my nose. I know all about it. Folks that wouldn't wipe their feet on some folks, nor look twice at 'em, has praised it. My nose ain't crooked and never was, and if anybody says so it's 'cause they're so spitey, 'cause they're so mortal homely themselves. Guess I know." She drew breath, and paused for a return shot, but she got none. The stout old woman sewed and chuckled to herself. The tall one still fixed her eyes upon the top of the door, and the young woman leaned back with her lips parted and her black eyes rolled. The pretty old woman began again in defense of her nose. She talked fiercely and kept feeling of it. Finally she arose and went out of the room with a flirt. Then the stout old woman laughed. "She's gone to look at her nose in the looking glass, and make sure it ain't crooked, if it ain't a good joke," she exclaimed delightedly. But she got no response. The young woman never stirred, and the tall old one only lowered her gaze from the door to the stove, which she regarded disapprovingly. "I call it the devil's stove," she remarked after a while. The stout old woman gave a grunt and sewed her seam. She was done with talking to such an audience. The shouts of children out in the corridor could be heard. "Pesky young ones," she muttered. In the corridor Polly Moss played ball with the children. She never caught the ball, and she threw it with weak, aimless jerks. Her back ached, but she was patient, and her face was full of simple, childish smiles. There were 2 children besides Tommy, his sister, and a little boy. The corridor was long. Doors in both sides led into the paupers' bedrooms. Suddenly one of the doors flew open, and a little figure shot out. She went down the corridor with a swift trot like a child. She had on nothing but a woolen petticoat and a calico waist. She held her head down, and her narrow shoulders worked as she ran. Her mop of soft white hair flew out. The children looked around at her. She was a horrible caricature of themselves. The stout old woman came pressing out of the sitting room. She went directly to the room that the running figure had left, and peered in. Then she looked around significantly. "I knowed it," she said. "It's tore all to pieces again. I'd jest been thinking to myself that Sally was dreadful still, and I'd bet she was pullin' her bed to pieces. There 'tis, and made up jest as nice a few minutes ago. I'm goin' to see Miss Arms." Mrs. Arms was the matron. The old woman went off with an important air, and presently she returned with her. The matron was a large woman with a calm, benignant, and weary face. Polly Moss continued to play ball, but several other old women had assembled, and they all talked volubly. They demonstrated that Sally had torn her bed to pieces, that it had been very nicely made, and that she should be punished. The matron listened. She did not say much. Then she returned to the kitchen, where she was preparing dinner. Some of the paupers assisted her. An old man, with his baggy trousers hitched high, chopped something in a tray. An old woman peeled potatoes, and a young one washed pans at the sink. The young woman, as she washed, kept looking over her shoulder and rolling her dark eyes at the other people in the room. She was mindful of every motion behind her back. Mrs. Arms herself worked and directed the others. When dinner was ready the old man clanged a bell in the corridor, and everybody flocked to the dining room except the young woman at the kitchen sink. She still stood there washing dishes. The dinner was coarse and abundant. The paupers, with the exception of the sick young woman, ate with gusto. The children were all hearty, and although the world had lost all its savor for the hearts and minds of the old ones, it was still somewhat salt to their palates. Now that their thoughts had ceased reaching and grasping, they could still put out their tongues, for that primitive instinct of life with which they had been born still survived and gave them pleasure. In this world it is the child only that is immortal. The old people and the children ate after the same manner. There was a loud smacking of lips and gurgling noises. The rain drove against the windows of the dining room, with its bare floor, its board tables and benches and rows of feeding paupers. The smooth yellow heads of the children seemed to catch all the light in the room. Once in a while they raised imperious clamors. The overseer sat at one end of the table and served the beef. He was stout and had a handsome, heavy face. The meal was nearly finished when there was a crash of breaking crockery, a door slammed, and there was a wild shriek out in the corridor. The overseer and one of the old men, who was quite able bodied, sprang and rushed out of the room. The matron followed, and the children tagged at her heels. The others continued feeding as if nothing had happened. "That Agnes is wuss again," remarked the stout old woman. "I've seed it a comin' on for a couple of days. They'd orter have put her in the cell yesterday. I told Miss Arms so, but they're allers puttin' off and puttin' off." "They air a takin' on her up to the cell now," said the pretty old woman, and she brought around her knifeful of cabbage with a sideways motion and stretched her little red mouth to receive it. Out in the corridor shriek followed shriek. There were loud voices and scuffling. The children were huddled in the doorway, peeping, but the old paupers continued to eat. The sick young woman laid down her knife and fork and wept. Presently the shrieks and the scuffling grew faint in the distance. The children had followed on. Then, after a little, they all returned and the dinner was finished. After dinner, when the women paupers had done their share of the clearing away, they were again assembled in their sitting room. The windows were cloudy with fine mist. The rain continued to drive past them from over the yellow, stubbly fields. There was a good fire in the stove and the room was hot and close. The stout old woman sewed again on her coarse seam. The others were idle. There were now 6 old women present. One of them was the little creature whom they called Sally. She sat close to the stove, bent over and motionless. Her clothing hardly covered her. The sick young woman was absent. She was lying down on the lounge in the matron's room, and the children, too, were in there. Polly Moss sat by the window. The old women began talking among themselves. The pretty old one had taken off her cap and had it in her lap, perking up the lace and straightening it. It was a flimsy rag, like a soiled cobweb. The stout old woman cast a contemptuous glance at it. She raised her nose and her upper lip scornfully. "I don't see how you can wear that nasty thing nohow, Miss Andy," said she. Mrs. Handy flushed pink again. She bridled and began to speak. Then she looked at the little soft soiled mass in her lap and paused. She had not the force of character to proclaim black white while she was looking at it. Had the old cap been in the bureau drawer, or even on her head, she might have defended it to the death, but here, before her eyes, it silenced her. But after her momentary subsidence she aroused herself. Her blue eyes gleamed dimly at the stout old woman. "It was a handsome cap when it was new, anyhow," said she. "Better'n some folks ever had, I'll warrant. Folks that ain't got no caps at all can't afford to be flingin' at them that has, if they ain't quite so nice as they was. You'd ought to have seen the cap I had when my daughter was married, all white wrought lace, and bows of pink ribbon, and long streamers, and some artificial roses on it. I don't s'pose you ever see anything like it, Mrs. Payne." The stout woman was Mrs. Payne. "Maybe I ain't," said she sarcastically. The tall old woman chimed in suddenly. Her thin, nervous voice clanged after the others like a sharply struck bell. "I ain't never had any caps to speak of," she proclaimed. "Never thought much of 'em anyhow, hatin' things. And I never heard that folks in heaven wore caps. But I have had some good clothes. I've got a piece of silk in my bureau drawer. That silk would stand alone. And I had a good thibet. There was rows and rows of velvet ribbon on it. I always had good clothes. My husband, he wanted I should, and he got 'em fer me. I airned some myself, too. I ain't got any now, and I dunno as I care if I ain't, for the signs are increasin'." "Allers a harpin' on that," muttered the stout old woman. "I had a handsome blue silk when I was married," vouchsafed Mrs. Handy. "I've seen the piece of it," returned the tall one. "It ain't near so thick as mine is." The old woman who had not been present in the morning now spoke. She had been listening with a superior air. She was the only one in the company who had possessed considerable property, and had fallen from a widely differing estate. She was tall and dark and gaunt. She towered up next the pretty old woman like a scraggy old pine beside a faded lily. She was a single woman, and she had lost all her property through an injudicious male relative. "Well," she proclaimed, "everybody knows I've had things if I ain't got 'em now. There I had a whole house, with Brussels carpets on all the rooms except the kitchen, and stuffed furniture and bedding packed away in chists, and bureau drawers full of things. And I ruther think I've had silk dresses, and bunnets and caps." "I remember you had a real handsome blue bunnet once, but it weren't so becomin' as some you'd had, you was so dark complected," remarked the pretty old woman, in a soft, spiteful voice. "I had a white one, drawn silk and white feathers on it, when I was married, and they all said it was real becomin'. I was allers real white myself. I had a white muslin dress with a flounce on it, once, too, and a black silk spencer cape." "I had a Fitch tippet and muff that cost $25," remarked the stout old woman, emphatically, "and a cashmere shawl." "I had two cashmere shawls, and my tippet cost $50," retorted the dark old woman, with dignity. "My fust baby had an elegant blue cashmere cloak all worked with silk as deep as that," said Mrs. Handy. She now had the old cap on her head and looked more assertive. "Mine had a little wagon with a velvet cushion to ride in, and I had a tea set, real chiny, with a green sprig on it," said the stout old woman. "I had a Brittany teapot," returned Mrs. Handy. "I had gilt vases as tall as that on my parlor mantel shelf," said the dark old woman. "I had a chiny figure, a girl with a basket of flowers on her arm, once," rejoined the tall one. "It used to set side of the clock, and when I was fust married I used to live in a white house with a flower garden to one side. I can smell them pinks and roses now, and I suppose I allers shall, just as far as I go." "I had a pump in my kitchen sink, and things real handy," said the stout old one, "and I used to look as well as anybody, and my husband too, when we went to meetin'. I remember one winter I had a new brown alpaca with velvet buttons, and he had a new greatcoat with a velvet collar." Suddenly the little cowering Sally raised herself and gave testimony to her own little crumb of past comfort. Her wits were few and scattered and had been all her days, but the conversation of the other women seemed to set some vibrating into momentary concord. She laughed, and her bleared blue eyes twinkled. "I had a pink caliker gown once," she quavered out. "Miss Thompson she gin it me when I lived there." "Do hear the poor creetur," said the pretty old woman, with an indulgent air. Now everybody had spoken but Polly Moss. She sat by the misty window, and her little pale triangular face looked from her sunken chest at the others. This conversation was a usual one. Many and many an afternoon the almshouse old women sat together and bore witness to their past glories. Now they had nothing, but at one time or another they had had something over which to plume themselves and feel that precious pride of possession. Their present was to them a state of simple existence. They regarded their future with a vague resignation. They were none of them thinkers, and there was no case of rapturous piety among them. In their pasts alone they took real comfort, and they kept, as it were, feeling of them to see if they were not still warm with life. The old women delighted in these inventories and comparing of notes. Polly Moss alone had never spoken. She alone had never had anything in which to take pride. She had been always deformed and poor and friendless. She had worked for scanty pay as long as she was able, and had then drifted and struck on the almshouse, where she had grown old. She had not even a right to the charity of this particular village. This was merely the place where her working powers had failed her, but no one could trace her back to her birthplace, or the town which was responsible for her support. Polly Moss herself did not know. She went humbly where she was told. All her life the world had seemed to her simply standing round. She had gotten little more out of it. Every day when the others talked she listened admiringly, and searched her memory for some little past treasure of her own, but she could not remember any. The dim image of a certain delaine dress, with bright flowers scattered over it, which she had once owned, away back in her girlhood, sometimes floated before her eyes when they were talking, and she had a half mind to mention that, but her heart would fail her. She feared that it was not worthy to be compared with the others' fine departed gowns. It paled before even Sally's pink calico. Polly's poor clothes, covering her pitiful crookedness, had never given her any firm stimulus to gratulation. So she was always silent, and the other old women had come to talk at her. Their conversation acquired a gusto from this listener who could not join in. When a new item of past property was given, there was always a side glance in Polly's direction. None of the old women expected to ever hear a word from Polly, but this afternoon, when they had all, down to Sally, testified, she spoke up. "You'd orter have seen my sister Liddy," said she. Her voice was very small. It sounded like the piping of a feeble bird in a bush. There was a dead silence. The other old women looked at each other. "Didn't know you ever had a sister Liddy," the stout old woman blurted out, finally, with an amazed air. "My sister Liddy was just as handsome as Picter," Polly returned. The pretty old woman flushed jealously. "Was she fair complected?" she inquired. "She was just as fair as a lily, a good deal fairer than you ever was, Miss Handy, and she had long yaller curls a hangin' clean down to her waist, and her cheeks were just as pink, and she had the biggest blue eyes I ever seen, and the beautifulest little red mouth." "Lord!" ejaculated the stout old woman, and the pretty old woman sniffed. But Polly went on. She was not to be daunted. She had been silent all this time, and now her category poured forth, not piecemeal, but in a flood, upon her astonished hearers. "Liddy, she could sing the best of anybody anywheres around," she continued. "Nobody ever heerd sech singin'. It was so dreadful loud and sweet that you could hear it way down the road when the winders was shut. She used to sing in the meetin' house, she did, and all the folks used to sit up and look at her when she begun. She used to wear a black silk dress to meetin', and a white cashmere shawl, and a bunnet with a pink wreath around the face, and she had white kid gloves. Folks used to go to that meetin' house just to hear Liddy sing and see her. They thought 'nough sight more of that than they did of the preachin'. Liddy had a feather fan, and she used to sit and fan her when she wa'n't singin', and she allers had scent on her handkerchief. And when meetin' was done in the evenin', all the young fellers used to be crowdin' round and pushin' and bowin' and scrapin', a tryin' to get a chanct to see her home. But Liddy, she wouldn't look at none of them. She married a real rich feller from Bosstown. He was jest as straight as an arrow, and he had black eyes and hair, and he wore a beautiful coat and a satin vest, and he spoke jest as pearly. When Liddy was married she had a whole chistful of clothes, real fine cotton cloth, all tucks and laid work, and she had a pair of silk stockings and some white shoes. And her weddin' dress was white satin, with a great long trail to it, and she had a lace veil, and she wore great long eardrops that shone like everything, and she come out bride in a blue silk dress and a black lace mantilla, and a white bunnet trimmed with lutestring ribbon." "Where did your sister Liddy live arter she was married?" inquired the pretty old woman, with a subdued air. "She lived in Bosstown, and she had a great big house with a parlor and settin' room, and a room to eat in besides the kitchen. And she had real velvet carpets on all the floors down to the kitchen, and great picters in gilt frames a hangin' on all the walls. And her furnitur' was all stuffed and kivered with red velvet, and she had a pianner and great big marble images a settin' on her mantel shelf, and she had a coach with lamps on the sides, and blue satin cushings to ride in, and 4 horses to draw it and a man to drive. And she allers had a hired girl in the kitchen. I never knowed Liddy to be without a hired girl. Liddy's husband, he thought everything of her. He never used to come home from his work without he brought her something, and she used to run out to meet him. She was allers dreadful loving, and had a good disposition. Liddy, she had the beautifulest baby you ever see, and she had a cradle lined with blue silk to rock him in, and he had a white silk cloak and a little lace cap." "I shouldn't think your beautiful sister Liddy and her husband would let you come to the poorhouse," interrupted the dark old woman. "Liddy's dead, or she wouldn't." "Are her husband and the baby dead too?"
"They're all dead,"
responded Polly Moss. She looked out of the window again. Her face was a burning red, and there were tears in her eyes. There was a silence among the other old women. They were at once overawed and incredulous. Polly left the room before long, then they began to discuss the matter. "I dun know whether to believe it or not," said the dark old woman. "Well, I dun know neither. I never knowed her to tell anything that wa'n't so," responded the stout old one, doubtfully. The old women could not make up their minds whether to believe or disbelieve. The pretty one was the most incredulous of any. She said openly that she did not believe it possible that such a homely creetur as Polly Moss could have had such a handsome sister. But credulous or not, their interest and curiosity was lively. Every day Polly Moss was questioned and cross-examined concerning her sister Liddy. She rose to the occasion. She did not often contradict herself, and the glories of her sister were increased daily. Old Polly Moss, her little withered face gleaming with reckless enthusiasm, sang the praises of her sister Liddy as wildly and faithfully as any Mindsinger, his angel mistress, and the old women listened with ever increasing bewilderment and awe. It was 2 weeks before Polly Moss died with pneumonia that she first mentioned her sister Liddy, and there was not one afternoon until the day when she was taken ill that she did not relate the story with new and startling additions to the old women. Polly was not ill long. She settled meekly down under the disease. Her little distorted frame had no resistance in it. She died at 3 o'clock in the morning. The afternoon before she seemed better. She was quite rational, and she told the matron that she wanted to see her comrades, the old women. "I got something to tell 'em, Miss Arms," Polly whispered, and her eyes were piteous. So the other old women came into the room. They stood around Polly's little iron bed and looked at her. "I want to tell you something," she began. But there was a soft rush, and the sick young woman entered. She pressed straight to the matron. She disregarded the others. Her wan face seemed a very lamp of life, to throw a light over and above all present darkness, even of the grave. She moved nimbly. She was so full of joy that her sickly body seemed permeated by it, and almost a spiritual one. She did not appear in the least feeble. She caught the matron's arm. "Charley has come, Miss Arms," she cried out. "Charley has come. He's got a house ready. He's going to marry me, and take me home and take care of me till I get well. I'm going right away." The old women all turned away from Polly and stared at the radiant girl. The matron sent her away with a promise to see her in a few minutes. "Polly's dying," she whispered, and the girl stole out with a hushed air. But the light in her face was not dimmed. What was death to her, when she had just stepped on a height of life where one can see beyond it? "Tell them what you wanted to now, Polly," said the matron. "I want to tell you something," Polly repeated. "I s'pose I've been dreadful wicked, but I 'ain't never had nothing in my whole life. I s'pose the Lord orter have been enough. but it's dreadful hard sometimes to keep hold of him, and not look anywheres else when you see other folks a clawin' and a gettin' other things, and actin' as if they was worth havin'. I ain't never had nothin' as fur as them other things go. I don't want nothin' else now. I've got past 'em. I see I don't want nothin' but the Lord. But I used to feel dreadful bad and wicked when I heard you all talking 'bout you'd had, and I hadn't never had nothin'. So " Polly Moss stopped talking and coughed. The matron supported her. The old women nudged each other. Their odd, sympathetic, yet sharply inquiring eyes never left her face. The children were peeping in at the open door. Old Sally trotted past. She had just torn her bed to pieces. As soon as she got breath enough, Polly Moss finished what she had to say. "I suppose I was dreadful wicked," she whispered, "but I never had any sister Liddy." End of Sister Liddy by Mary E. Wilkins.
The Soldier and Death, a Russian folk tale told in English by Arthur Ransome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. A soldier served God and the great Tsar for 25 years, earned 3 dry biscuits, and set off to walk his way home. He kissed his companions with whom he had served so long, and boasted of the feasting there would be in the village when he should come marching home with all his wars behind him. Singing at the top of his voice he was as he set off. But as soon as he was alone on the high road, walking through the forest, he began to think things over, and he thought to himself, "All these years I have served the Tsar, and had good clothes to my back, and my belly full of victuals, and now I am like to be both hungry and cold. Already I've nothing but 3 dry biscuits." Just then he met an old beggar, who stood in the road and crossed himself, and asked alms for the love of God. The soldier had not a copper piece in the world, so he gave the beggar one of his 3 dry biscuits. He had not gone very far along the road when he met a second beggar, who leant on a stick and recited holy words and begged alms for the love of God. The soldier gave him the second of his 3 dry biscuits. And then at a bend in the road he met a third old beggar, with long white hair and beard and loathsome rags, who stood shaking by the roadside, and he begged alms for the love of God. "If I give him my last dry biscuit, I shall have nothing left for myself," thought the soldier. He gave the old beggar half of the 3rd dry biscuit. Then the thought came into his head that perhaps this old beggar would meet the other 2, and would learn that they had been given whole biscuits, while he had only been given a half. "He will be hurt and affronted," thought the soldier, "and his blessing will be of no avail." So he gave the old beggar the other half also of the 3rd of his 3 dry biscuits. "I shall get along somehow," thought the soldier, and was for making forward on his way. But the old beggar put out his hand and stopped him. "Brother," says the old beggar, "are you in want of anything?" "God bless you," says the soldier, looking at the beggar's rags. "I want nothing from you. You're a poor man yourself." "Never mind my poverty," says the old beggar. "Just tell me what you would like to have, and I am well able to reward you for your kind heart." "I don't want anything," said the soldier. "But if you do happen to have such a thing as a pack of cards about you, I'd keep them in memory of you, and they'd be a pleasure to me on the long road." The old beggar thrust his hand into his bosom among his rags and pulled out a pack of cards. "Take these," says he, "and when you play with them you'll always be winner, whoever may be playing against you. And here's a flour sack for you as well. If you meet anything and want to catch it, just open the sack and tell beasts or birds or aught else to get into it, and they'll do just that, and you can close the sack and do with them what you will." "Thank you kindly," says the soldier, throws the sack over his shoulder, puts the pack of cards in his pocket, and trudges off along the high road, singing an old song. He went on and on till he came to a lake, where he drank a little water to ease his thirst, and smoked a pipe to put off his hunger, resting by the shore of the lake. And there on the lake he saw 3 wild geese swimming far away. "Now, if I could catch them," thought the soldier, and remembered the sack the old beggar had given him. He opened the sack and shouted at the top of his voice, "Hi, you there, you wild geese, come into my sack!" And the 3 wild geese splashed up out of the water and flew to the bank and crowded into the sack, one after the other. The soldier tied up the mouth of the sack, flung it over his shoulder, and went on his way. He came to a town and looked for a tavern, and chose the best he could see, and went in there and asked for the landlord. "See here," says he, "here are 3 wild geese. I want one of them roasted for my dinner. Another I'll give you in exchange for a bottle of vodka. The third you shall have to pay you for your trouble." The landlord agreed, as well he might, and presently the soldier was seated at a good table near a window, with a whole bottle of the best vodka and a fine roast goose fresh from the kitchen. When he had made an end of the goose, the soldier laid down his knife and fork, tipped the last drops of the vodka down his throat, and set the bottle upside down upon the table. Then he lit his little pipe, sat back on the bench, and took a look out of the window to see what was doing in the town. And there on the other side of the road was a fine palace, well carved and painted. A year's work had gone to the carving of every door-post and window-frame. But in all the palace there was not one whole pane of glass. "Landlord," says the soldier, "tell me what's the meaning of this? Why is a fine palace like that standing empty with broken windows?" "Oh, it's a good enough palace," says the landlord. "The Tsar built the palace for himself, and there's no living in it because of the devils." "Devils?" says the soldier. "Devils," says the landlord. "Every night they crowd into the palace, and what with their shouting and yelling and screaming and playing cards, and all the other devilries that come into their heads, there's no living in the palace for decent folk." "And does nobody clear them out?" asked the soldier. "Easier said than done," says the landlord. Well, with that the soldier wishes good health to the landlord, and sets off to see the Tsar. He comes walking into the Tsar's house and gives him a salute. "Your Majesty," says he, "will you give me leave to spend one night in your empty palace?" "God bless you," says the Tsar, "but you don't know what you are asking. Foolhardy folk enough have tried to spend a night in that palace. They went in merry and boasting, but not one of them came walking out alive in the morning." "What of that?" says the soldier. "Water won't drown a Russian soldier, and fire won't burn him. I have served God and the Tsar for 25 years and am not dead. A single night in that palace won't be the end of me." "But I tell you, a man walks in there alive in the evening, and in the morning the servants have to search the floor for the little bits of his bones." "None the less," says the soldier, "if your Majesty will give me leave—" "Oh, get along with you, and God be with you," says the Tsar. "Spend the night there if you've set your heart on it." So the soldier came to the palace and stepped in, singing, through the empty rooms. He made himself comfortable in the biggest room of all, laid his knapsack in a corner, and hung his sword on a nail, sat down at the table, took out his bag of tobacco, filled his little pipe, and sat there smoking, ready for what might come. 12 o'clock sharp, and there was a yelling, a shouting, a blowing of horns, a scraping of fiddles and every other kind of instrument, a noise of dancing, of running, of stamping, and the palace cram full of devils making themselves at home as if the palace belonged to them. "And you, soldier," cried the devils, "what are you sitting there so glum for, smoking your pipe? There's smoke enough where we have been. Put your pipe in your pocket and play a round of cards with us." "Right you are," says the soldier, "if you'll play with my cards." "Deal them out," shouted the devils, and the soldier put his pipe in his pocket and dealt out the cards, while the devils crowded round the table fighting for room on the benches. They played a game, and the soldier won. They played another, and he won again. The devils were cunning enough, God knows, but not all their cunning could win a single game for them. The soldier was raking in the money all the time. Soon enough the devils had not a penny piece between them, and the soldier was for putting up his cards and lighting his pipe. Content he was, and well he might be, with his pockets bulging with money. "Stop a minute, soldier," said the devils. "We've still got 60 bushels of silver and 40 of gold. We'll play for them if you'll give us time to send for them." "Let's see the silver," says the soldier, and puts the cards in his pocket. Well, they sent a little devil to fetch the silver. 60 times he ran out of the room, and 60 times he came staggering back with a bushel of silver on his shoulders. The soldier pulled out his cards, and they played on, but it was all the same. The devils cheated in every kind of way, but could not win a game. "Go and fetch the gold," says the oldest devil. "Aye, aye, grandfather," says the little devil, and goes scuttling out of the room. 40 times he ran out, and 40 times he came staggering back with a bushel of gold between his shoulders. They played on. The soldier won every game and all the gold, asked if they had any more money to lose, put his cards in his pocket, and lit his pipe. The devils looked at all the money they had lost. It seemed a pity to lose all that good silver and gold. "Tear him to pieces, brothers!" they cried. "Tear him to pieces! Eat him and have done!" The soldier tapped his little pipe on the table. "First make sure," says he, "who eats whom." And with that he whips out his sack, and says he to the devils, who were all gnashing their teeth and making ready to fall on him, "What do you call this?" "It's a sack," said the devils. "Is it?" says the soldier. "Then, by the word of God, get into it." And the next minute all those devils were tumbling over each other and getting into the sack, squeezing in one on the top of the other until the last one had got inside. Then the soldier tied up the sack with a good double knot, hung it on a nail, and lay down to sleep. In the morning the Tsar sent his servants. "Go," says the Tsar, "and see what has happened to the soldier who spent the night in the empty palace. If the unclean spirits have made an end of him, then you must sweep up his bones and make all clean." The servants came, all ready to lament for the brave soldier, done to death by the unclean, and there was the soldier, walking cheerfully from one room to another, smoking his little pipe. "Well done, soldier! We never thought to see you alive. And how did you spend the night? How did you manage against the devils?" "Devils?" says the soldier. "I wish all men I have played cards against had paid their debts so honestly. Have a look at the silver and gold I won from them. Look at the heaps of money lying on the floor." The servants looked at the silver and gold and touched it to see if it was real, but there was no doubt about that. I wish I had more in my pocket of the same sort. "Now, brothers," said the soldier, "off you go with you as quick as you can. Go and fetch 2 blacksmiths here on the run, and let them bring with them an iron anvil and the 2 heaviest hammers in the forge." The servants asked no questions, but hurried to the smithy, and the 2 blacksmiths came running, with anvil and hammers. Giants they were, the strongest men in all the town. "Now," says the soldier, "take that sack from the nail and lay it on the anvil, and let me see how the blacksmiths of this town can set about their work." The blacksmiths took the sack from the nail. "Devil take it, what a weight!" they said to each other. And little voices screamed out of the sack, "We are good folk, we are your own people." "Are you?" said the blacksmiths, and they laid the sack on the anvil and swung the great hammers up and down, as if they were beating out a lump of iron. The devils fared badly in there, and worse and worse. The hammers came down as if they were going through devils, anvil, earth, and all. It was more than even devils could bear. "Have mercy!" they screamed. "Have mercy, soldier! Let us out again into the world, and we'll never forget you, world without end. And as for this palace, no devil shall put the nail of the toe of his foot in it. We'll tell them all. No one shall come within 100 miles." The soldier let the blacksmiths have a few more blows, just for luck. Then he stopped them and untied the mouth of the sack. The moment he opened it, the devils shot out and fled away to hell without looking right or left in their hurry. But the soldier was no fool, and he grabbed one old devil by the leg, and the devil hung gibbering, trying to get away. The soldier cut the devil's hairy wrist to the bone so that the blood flowed, took a pen, dipped it in the blood, and gave it to the devil, but he never let go of his leg. "Write," says he, "that you will be my faithful servant." The old devil screamed and wriggled, but the soldier gripped him tight. There was nothing to be done. He wrote and signed in his own blood a promise to serve the soldier faithfully wherever and whenever there should be need. Then the soldier let him go, and he went hopping and screaming after the others, and had disappeared in a moment. And so the devils went rushing down to hell, aching in every bone of their hairy bodies. And they called all the other unclean spirits, old and young, big and little, and told what had happened to them. And they set sentinels all around hell, and guards at every gate, and ordered them to watch well, and whatever they did, not on any account to let in the soldier with the flour sack. The soldier went to the Tsar and told him how he had dealt with the devils, and how henceforth no devil would set foot within 100 miles of the palace. "If that's so," says the Tsar, "we'll move at once, and go and live there, and you shall live with me and be honoured as my own brother." And with that there was a great to-do, shifting the bedding and tables and benches and all else from the old palace to the new, and the soldier set up house with the Tsar, living with him as his own brother, and wearing fine clothes with gold embroidery, and eating the same food as the Tsar, and as much of it as he liked. Money to spend he had, for he had won from the devils enough to last even a spending man 1,000 years, and he had nothing to spend it on. Hens don't eat gold, no more do mice, and there the money lay in a corner till the soldier was tired of looking at it. So the soldier thought he would marry, and he took a wife, and in a year's time God gave him a son, and he had nothing more to wish for except to see the son grow up and turn into a general. But it so happened that the little boy fell ill, and what was the matter with him no one knew. He grew worse and worse from day to day, and the Tsar sent for every doctor in the country, but not one of them did him a halfpennyworth of good. The doctors grew richer, and the boy grew no better, but worse, as is often the way. The soldier had almost given up hope of saving his son, when he remembered the old devil who had signed a promise written in his own blood to serve the soldier faithfully wherever and whenever there should be need. He remembered this, and said to himself, "Where the devil has my old devil hidden himself all this time?" And he scarcely said this when suddenly there was the little old devil standing in front of him, dressed like a peasant in a little shirt and breeches, trembling with fright and asking, "How can I serve your Excellency?" "See here," says the soldier, "my son is ill. Do you happen to know how to cure him?" The little old devil took a glass from his pocket and filled it with cold water and set it on the sick child's forehead. "Come here, your Excellency," says he, "and look into the glass of water." The soldier came and looked in the glass. "And what does your Excellency see?" asked the little old devil, who was so much afraid of the soldier that he trembled and could hardly speak. "I see Death, like a little old woman, standing at my son's feet." "Be easy," says the little old devil, "for if Death is standing at your son's feet, he will be well again. But if Death were standing at his head, then nothing could save him." And with that the little old devil lifted the glass and splashed the cold water over the sick child, and the next minute there was the little boy crawling about and laughing and crowing as if he had never been sick in his life. "Give me that glass," says the soldier, "and we'll cry quits." The little old devil gave him the glass, and the soldier gave back the promise which the devil had signed in his own blood. As soon as the little old devil had that promise in his hand, he gave one look at the soldier and fled away, as if the blacksmiths had only that minute stopped beating him on the anvil. And the soldier after that set up as a wise man and put all the doctors out of business, curing the boyars and generals. He would just look in his glass, and if Death stood at a sick man's feet, he threw the water over him and cured him. If Death stood at the sick man's head, he said, "It's all up with you," and the sick man died as sure as fate. All went well until the Tsar himself fell ill and sent for the soldier to cure him. The soldier went in, and the Tsar greeted him as his own brother, and prayed him to be quick, as he felt the sickness growing upon him as he lay. The soldier poured cold water in the glass and set it on the Tsar's head, and looked again, and saw Death standing at the Tsar's head. "O Tsar," says the soldier, "it's all up with you. Death is waiting by your head, and you will have but a few minutes left to live." "What!" cried the Tsar. "You cure my boyars and generals, and you will not cure me who am Tsar, and have treated you as my own born brother? If I've only a few minutes to live, I've time enough to give orders for you to be beheaded." The soldier thought and thought, and he begged Death. "O Death," says he, "give my life to the Tsar and kill me instead. Better to die so than to end up being shamefully beheaded." He looked once more in the glass and saw that the little old woman Death had shifted from the Tsar's head and was now standing at his feet. He picked up the glass and splashed the water over the Tsar, and there was the Tsar as well and healthy as ever he had been. "You are my own true brother after all," says the Tsar. "Let us go and feast together." But the soldier shook in all his limbs and could hardly stand, and he knew that his time was come. He prayed Death, "O Death, give me just 1 hour to say good-bye to my wife and my little son." "Oh, hurry up," says Death. And the soldier hurried to his room in the palace, said good-bye to his wife, told his son to grow up and be a general, lay down on his bed, and grew iller every minute. He looked, and there was Death, a little old woman, standing by his bedside. "Well, soldier," says Death, "you have only 2 minutes left to live." The soldier groaned, and turning in bed, pulled the flour sack from under his pillow and opened it. "Do you know what this is?" says he to Death. "A sack," says Death. "Well, if it is a sack, get into it," says the soldier. Death was into the sack in a minute, and the soldier leapt from his bed well and strong, tied up the sack with 2 double knots, flung it over his shoulder, and set out for the deep forest of Brian, which is the thickest in all the world. He came to the forest and made his way into the middle of it, hung the sack from the topmost branches of a high poplar tree, left it there, and came home, singing songs at the top of his voice, and full of all kinds of merriment. From that time on there was no dying in the world. There were births every day, and plenty of them, but nobody died. It was a poor time for doctors, and so it was for many years. Death had come to an end, and it was as if all men should live for ever. And all the time the little old woman, Death, tied up in a sack, unable to get about her business, was hanging from the top of a tall poplar tree away in Brian Forest. And then one day the soldier was walking out to take the air, and he met an ancient old crone, so old and so ancient that she was like to fall whichever way the wind blew. She tottered along, blown this way and that, like a blade of withered grass. "What an old hag!" said the soldier to himself. "It was time for her to die many years ago." "Yes," says the old crone, with her toothless gum, numbling and grumbling over her words. "Long ago it was time for me to die. When you shut up Death in the sack I had only an hour left to live. I had done with the world, and the world had done with me, and I would have been glad to be at peace. Long ago my place in heaven was made ready, and it is empty to this day, for I cannot die. You, soldier, have sinned before God and before man. You have sinned a sin that God will not forgive. I am not the only soul in the world who is tortured as I am. Mine is not the only place that is growing dusty in heaven. Hundreds and thousands of us who should have died drag on in misery about the world, and but for you we should now be resting in peace." The soldier began to think, and he thought of all the other old men and women he had kept from the rest that God had made ready for them. "There is no doubt about it," thinks he, "I had better let Death loose again. No matter if I am the first of whom she makes an end. I have sinned many sins, not counting this one. Better go to the other world now and bear my punishment while I am strong, for when I am very old it will come worse to me to be tortured." So he set off to the forest of Brian, which is the thickest in all the world. He found the poplar tree and saw the sack hanging from the topmost branches, swinging this way and that as the wind blew. "Well, Death, are you alive up there?" the soldier shouted against the wind. And a little voice, hardly to be heard, answered from the sack, "Alive, little father." So the soldier climbed up the tree, took down the sack, and carried it home over his shoulder. He said good-bye to his wife and his son, who was now a fine young lad. Then he went into his own room, opened the bag, lay down upon the bed, and begged Death to make an end of him. And Death, in the form of a little old woman, crept trembling out of the sack, looking this way and that, for she was very much afraid. As soon as she saw the soldier, she bolted through the door, and ran away as fast as her little old legs could carry her. "The devils can make an end of you if they like," she shrieked, "but you don't catch me taking a hand in it." The soldier sat up on the bed, and knew that he was alive and well. Troubled he was as to what to do next. Thinks he, "I'd better get straight along to hell, and let the devils throw me into the boiling pitch, and stew me until all my sins are stewed out of me." So he said good-bye to everybody, took his sack in his hands, and set off to hell by the best road he could find. Well, he walked on, over hill and valley, and through the deep forest, until he came at last to the kingdom of the unclean. There were the walls of hell and the gates of hell, and as he looked he saw that sentinels were standing at every gate. As soon as he came near a gate, the devil doing sentry guard calls out, "Who goes there?" "A sinful soul come to you to be stewed in the boiling pitch." "And what is that you've got in your hand?" "A sack." And the devil yelled out at the top of his voice and gave the alarm. From all sides the unclean rushed up and began closing every gate and window in hell with strong bolts and bars. And the soldier walked round hell outside the walls, unable to get in. He cried out to the prince of hell, "Let me into hell, I beg you. I have come to you to be tormented, because I have sinned before God and before man." "No," shouted the prince of hell, "I won't let you in. Go away. Go away, I tell you. Go away anywhere you like. There's no place for you here." The soldier was more troubled than ever. "Well," says he, "if you won't let me in, you won't. I'll go away if you will give me 200 sinful souls. I will take them to God, and perhaps when he sees them, he will forgive me and let me into heaven." "I'll throw in another 50, says the prince of hell, "if only you'll get away from here." And he told the lesser devils to count out 250 sinful souls, and to let them out quickly at one of the back doors of hell, while he held the soldier in talk, so that the soldier should not slip in while the sinful souls were going out. It was done, and the soldier set off for heaven, with 250 sinful souls behind him, marching in column of route, as the soldier made them, for the sake of order and decency. Well, they marched on, and in the end they came to heaven, and stopped before the very gates of paradise. And the holy apostles, standing in the gateway of paradise, said, "Who are you?" "I am the soldier who hung Death in a sack, and I have brought 250 sinful souls from hell, in hope that God will pardon my sins and let me into paradise." And the apostles went to the Lord and told him that the soldier had come and brought with him 250 sinful souls. And God said, "Let in the sinful souls, but do not let in the soldier." The apostles went back to the gateway and opened the gates and told the souls they might come in. But when the soldier tried to march in at the head of his company, they stopped him and said, "No, soldier, there's no place for you here." So the soldier took one of the sinful souls aside, and gave that soul his sack, and told him, "As soon as you are through the gates of paradise, open the sack, and shout out, 'Into the sack, soldier!' You will do this because I brought you here from hell." And the sinful soul promised to do this for the soldier. But when that sinful soul went through the gates into paradise, for very joy of it, forgot about the soldier, and threw away the sack somewhere in paradise, where it may be lying to this day. And so the soldier, after waiting a long time, went slowly back to earth. Death would not take him. There was no place for him in paradise, and no place for him in hell. For all I know, He may be living yet. End of The Soldier and Death by Arthur Ransome.
Star of the Staff by A. Ellis Henneberger. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Winston Tharp. Morrison was about as likely a cub as ever drifted into the office of the Madison World, with lofty ideas of the journalistic profession and a firm resolve some day to set the nation aflame. It is true that he was a little taken aback when, after a month on probation, he was placed on the salary list at $10 a week. But he had read somewhere that Dana was once a city editor at little more, and he took courage. Duffy, the managing editor, told him he was to be congratulated on getting any salary at all in so short a time. "Why, on the New York blank," he told Morrison, "college students serve 6 months without pay, and are glad for the opportunity. Anyway, you haven't caught the world's style. Watch Sneed's articles, and you'll get a line on what we want." Sneed was the star of the staff, and Morrison always regarded him enviously as he came in from an assignment and tore off reams of stuff. It was a bleak day in January. A heavy snow had fallen, blockading the car lines and putting business to the bad all over town. Sneed tramped into the office with the police reports, which he threw in a heap on Duffy's desk for inspection, and settled himself to write an article on East Side distress. Duffy glanced the reports through and entered the various assignments in his book. This completed, the reporters came forward to receive instructions for the day. "You, Morrison," he said, "look up this distress case. Take it down. Mrs. Edith M. Lindeman, 1125 Calvert Street, 2 children, without food 2 days. Here's an order on the cashier. Buy her food and wood if she needs it, and write a half column, sure." Morrison sallied forth that morning, armed with the office currency, and fought his way through the snowdrifts toward the East Side. It was a peculiarity of the town that one might find wealth and squalor side by side, even in what was known as the exclusive section. But it must be confessed that Morrison was somewhat nonplussed when he read the number 1125 on the door of a veritable mansion. "Here's the devil to pay," thought the reporter as he consulted his notes again. But there were the figures staring him in the face. A maid, neatly attired in cap and apron, answered his ring. Yes, Mrs. Lindeman lived here. And what was his business, please? He felt like a fool as he blurted it out. "A mistake, of course," he finished with a laugh. "Quite a natural one, though," said a quiet voice behind the maid. A woman, evidently the mistress, came forward. She was a strikingly handsome young woman, but her eyes were very sad. "Marie," she continued, "this gentleman, no doubt, is looking for that Italian family in the rear. I had no idea they were in such straits. It is the rear of 1125 you want. The maid will show you." Guided by Marie, Morrison entered an alleyway which emerged on another running just behind the Lindeman house. Ascending a flight of rickety steps, he brought up at the door of a squalid tenement. An hour later, a grocery man and a wood dealer had relieved the immediate wants of the Sonatini family, and Morrison, with 2 receipts made out to the world, was hurrying to the office to write the story of his life. Duffy was knee-deep in copy, but he liked that. He handled all the local, and kept the linotype operators crying for quarter most of the time. Morrison had finished his story and was off on another assignment. Sneed was grinding out a suicide with the usual tear trimmings. Duffy weeded out the copy rapidly, casting the slop, as he called it, right and left, and piling up the spicy matter for the regular 2:00 edition. Morrison's Sonatini story came in for rapid perusal and immediate disfavor. "Damn that cub," muttered Duffy. "Come on, Sneed," he called out. "Cut that story off. I've got a good one for you." He caught up the assignment book. "Take this down. Mrs. Edith M. Lindeman. Got that? 1125 Calvert Street. 2 children. Husband missing. Starving. World sent supplies. Throw a good heart-throb into it. Hey, Jimmy, to the office boy, tell the foreman these receipts go on the first page with story. Devin caps in box. Now hustle, Sneed. Tear off that as quick as you can. Morrison got it when he returned. Now look here, my boy, said Duffy. You've got to brace up. Get a little style into your stuff. That story of yours would be all very well on the news, for instance, but it won't go here. I had it rewritten. Here is the story as seen through Mr. Sneed's eyes. Morrison was deeply humiliated. He took the copy mechanically and returned to his desk. His glance fell on the manuscript. Interest, surprise, amazement gave place to suppressed but unholy mirth. Sneed's article read, "Thank God," cried Mrs. Edith M. Lindeman of 1125 Calvert Street, "my children will live." In a home made desolate by the desertion of a husband, with gaunt hunger stalking at the door, with 2 tots weak from want of the bare necessities of life, a reporter for the World appeared this morning, and in the twinkling of an eye that dreary abode was changed into a haven of comfort. It was a pathetic story that Mrs. Lindeman had to tell of a husband untrue to his vow to protect her, who had abandoned her in the heart of a cruel winter and left his family to its fate. Tears flowed down the woman's cheeks as she recited the story of his perfidy. "God knows," she told the reporter, "I was a good wife to him." There was more, about half a column more of harrowing details, but Morrison had had enough. His mind was firmly made up. Walking to Duffy's desk, he laid down the copy. "Very good indeed, Mr. Duffy," he said quietly. "But if I could write like that, I wouldn't be working for you at $10 a week." Duffy grunted. "For God's sake, Edith, what sort of a ghastly joke is this?" Andrew K. Lindeman, broker and clubman, stood in the drawing-room of his former home in Calvert Street. He flourished a copy of the World excitedly. The woman took it in silence. As she read the headlines, her face was a study. "The idiots!" she cried. Then the ridiculousness of the thing struck her, and she laughed outright. "You didn't really think we were starving here, did you, Andrew?" she said when she had recovered her breath. "And did you really care? Strange. I thought you had forgotten you had a wife or children." And her eyes regarded him sorrowfully. "That's right," said the man bitterly. "Blame it all on me." "It's the Sonatinis in the rear. A reporter came here this morning, but I saw him myself. I can't imagine how the mistake occurred." "Well, I'll have something to say over there in the morning. Goodbye. I'm going back to the hotel, Edith." The woman looked at him wistfully, but said nothing. He had almost reached the door when there was a shout, and 2 white-gowned tots rushed through the hall and were caught in their father's arms. "Daddy, Daddy!" they cried in delight. "You was going to stay, Daddy," cried one curly head, "'cause Mama said you was when you came back." "Does Mama want me to stay, do you think, Mildred?" "Oh, yes, Daddy. I heard Mama ask Dodd to send you home to her." An instant later, Daddy was holding a half-faint but happy woman in his arms. Duffy was crushed. The business manager was wild. The entire town of Madison was in hysterics. Wilson, the business manager, had caught the edition, but only after some 5,000 papers had reached the streets. "Nobody but a blank, blank, blank fool would have made such a bull," he stormed. "Lindeman, a well-known broker. Wife lives in a palace. Footman, coachman, automobiles, and all that sort of thing. Why, it'll cost us $10,000 even to compromise it. Didn't anybody in this damned office recognize the name? By gad, I'll cripple the staff. I'll discharge every man." The telephone bell stopped him. Wilson was standing nearby, and he jerked the receiver off the hook. "Eh? Mr. Lindeman, what's that? Oh, yes, I'll send him over right away. Mr. Lindeman, this is Wilson, business manager. I'm going to see you—" "How? Never mind. I assure you, Mr. All right, sir." "Duffy, get hold of that young Morrison and send him to Lindeman's office at once. Tell him to explain the whole business. We've got to throw ourselves on his mercy." Give the story a 2-column display, same place as the other, first edition. Gad, what a lot of fat heads!" And Wilson withered the staff with his glance as he strode toward the elevator. An hour later, Morrison entered the office, smiling. "It's all right, Mr. Duffy. Mr. Lindeman says for you people to rest easy. He won't sue. He's satisfied to let the matter drop. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Duffy, I've got to quit you. Sorry, too, but Mr. Lindeman has offered me a job." Just then the elevator stopped at the office floor. Morrison took it. "Damn that cub," murmured Duffy. End of Star of the Staff by A. Ellis Henneberger.
The White Carnation by Francis Livingston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Braymiller. On the night that was to have been my last on earth, I made as careful a toilette as though I had been going to a dinner dance or to the opera. Indeed, I had half decided to go to the latter place. It depended on what they were singing, and how far my money would carry me. I had just $20 and a little silver in my pocket-book. That was all I had in the world, all that was left of the $40,000 which I had in January, when Edgar Brandon took me into his office in the Broad Exchange Building. No, I was not fleeced by Edgar. He was the best friend I ever had, if I had only known enough to appreciate the fact. But I had tried to be a plunger. I thought Ned was too slow, and, even after my folly had been brought home to me a half-dozen times, after my own money was almost exhausted, I had persisted in being a fool. Ned had given me a last solemn warning, but there came a chance to recoup. Ah, it was such a sure thing. That tip of George Ellery's on Northeastern. I bought heavily. I was acting quite within my rights, I told myself, in signing the firm's name to the checks, and how pleased Ned would be. Then there came that crash of which everybody knows, and all who were long on Northeastern remember it bitterly. Ned acted like a gentleman. He took up all the checks and made no fuss, but the next day, with a look I can never forget, he said, "Felton, this ends things between you and me. I never wish to see your face again until I have forgotten what you have done, and that will not be in a hurry, I can promise you." That was all. I tried it alone, but fared very ill. I fancied that my dealings when with Brandon were being talked about, and that some of the men on the curb shunned me. It was my imagination. Maybe. I think the truth was that I despised myself. I had my name removed from the waiting list of Brandon's club, where he had placed it, to save my being blackballed. After a little while I resigned from my own club. All this would not have been so bad had I had any money. I had been used to money and to luxurious living all my life, but I had no funds, nor did I know of a way to obtain any. And now I was down to my last dollar, or what amounted to the same thing. I had figured out just what I was to do. There should be a modest little dinner at a quiet French restaurant I knew, a few cigars, a cab of course, and an orchestra chair at the Metropolitan. I would take another cab after the opera, for I had about settled upon the East River. It was a more vague, a more mysterious region than the North River, which was too familiar, I thought. I remembered from long ago certain rocks at the water's edge on the east side. I would drive over there and dismiss the cab. Then there would be a tall figure standing on the rocks, smoking a cigar and gazing gloomily at the dark water below. The cigar burns to the end. A clock somewhere strikes midnight. The tall figure leaps out and down into the darkness. And that is the last of Richard Felton. I really felt very sorry for myself as I put on my evening coat, and sorry for Edgar, too, when he should hear of my death. As I knotted my tie before the mirror, I noticed something on the left lapel of my coat. I had not had it on for several weeks, and there were 2 moth-holes in the cloth. That was a slight matter to annoy a man about to die, but annoy me it did. I had never been shabby in my life, and I did not wish to go out on this last evening in a shabby coat, but I saw no help for it. I had no other coat. I went out on the street, still thinking of those 2 moth holes. As I passed a florist's window, I had an idea. I went into the shop and bought a large white double carnation, which I pinned to the lapel in a manner to conceal the defects. I went to the restaurant and ate my dinner, smoking a good cigar afterward, while I leisurely watched the other diners, several couples, and 2 or 3 merry parties. At about 8:30 I took a cab and drove to the Metropolitan. I chose a 4-wheeler in preference to a hansom. I wished to be comfortable, to stretch my legs and smoke. I found the opera was Tristan and Isolde. This did not suit me at all. It was too big, too remote. The tragedy was so stupendous. I think I fancied my own would seem small in comparison. And then the house would be dark, and I did not wish that. Tonight I wished to see beautiful women with flashing jewels, to hear the frou-frou of silken garments, to inhale perfumes suggesting luxury and wealth, to move in the surroundings that had once been mine by right. Traviata, or even Il Barbiere, would have done, but the thought of that great, lonely Isolde, pouring out her mighty Liebestod in the gloom, made me shudder. "Drive up the avenue," I called to the man. I should have liked to go to a ball. A masque would have suited me best. Oh, heaven, how I craved gaiety, light, and laughter tonight! I had such a surfeit of sadness. I thought of all the women I knew, and dismissed the idea of calling on any one of them. Alice Lazari I thought of last of all. It would sadden me to go there. I had not seen her for 3 months. Would she be shocked to-morrow when she heard? Bah! I wondered if all suicides were not stupid egoists. Some of the houses of the avenue were shrouded in gloom. There were lights in the windows of others. All looked equally forbidding. There was none that had a welcome for me. This would not do. Time was slipping away. I looked at my watch. 10 o'clock. I heard sounds of music, and from the darkness ahead there loomed a great house ablaze with light. As we drew nearer I saw many carriages. Gaily dressed women alighted from them and ascended the steps. "Drive around into the side street and stop at the end of the line of carriages there," I said to the man. I got out and walked slowly around past the entrance. It seemed to me I should know who lived here. I looked at the neighboring houses, and gradually I remembered. It was a wealthy steel man, a magnate, the papers called him, lately come from the West. He had a wife with social aspirations, and a daughter who was said to be beautiful. What was the name? Ah, yes, Sammis. I did not know them, but that made no difference. My resolve was taken. The sight of all those women and men crowding up the steps acted like a tonic upon me, and gave me courage to do a reckless thing. I would go into that house for an hour, and mingle among the guests as one of them. Without a moment's hesitation I mounted the steps and entered. A page in livery stood at the door of the drawing-room, announcing the guests. I gave him my name, and almost expected to see the people turn in surprise as the boy called out, "Mr. Richard Felton," but no one did so. I walked up to 2 ladies standing in the centre of the room, and bowed to them. I heard their conventional murmur of pleasure, but did not dare look at their faces. Then I moved away, giving place to others, and looked about me. The great rooms were furnished with magnificence, but there was nothing to offend good taste. Everywhere were flowers. An orchestra was playing somewhere in the hall. I saw no familiar face in the crowd. I became conscious that someone was looking hard at me. I glanced leisurely in the direction from which I felt the stare to come, and saw a stout, red-faced old gentleman with white chin-whiskers. It was Sammis. I recognized him instantly from the newspaper pictures. Uncomfortable as I felt to be suspected thus early, I met his gaze boldly for a moment. Then other people came between us, and I moved away. Decidedly I must bestir myself, and at least appear to know some people, otherwise my adventure was like to end quickly. Yet I felt my spirits rising in spite of the danger of ridicule or humiliation. The thought of approaching any of the women was distasteful, but suddenly my eye was caught by a short, stockily built man with sandy hair, wearing an ill-fitting evening coat, on the left lapel of which was pinned a white carnation. This recalled my own floral adornment. The sandy-haired man and I were the only men present who wore flowers. I wondered if his coat was moth-eaten. Then I strolled across the room toward him. I fancied he looked somewhat frightened as he saw me approaching, and this put me more at my ease. "My friend," I said, smiling, "you and I alone of all the company, it seems, are wearing white carnations." He looked at me quickly, came a little closer, and made, I thought, a very odd reply. "Love before all," he said, and he stammered over the words. Then he looked as though he were sorry he had said them. "I echo the sentiment," I replied, laughing. "It is an admirable one while the love lasts." On second thought I asked, "Is that the language of the flower we wear?" The sandy-haired man did not reply. He was looking at me very dubiously. "I did not expect to see you here," he said at length. "My meeting with you is an equally unlooked-for pleasure," I replied lightly. "May I ask who you are?" "Certainly. My name is Felton." "Why do you wear that flower?" "Ah, for a private reason." "Are you a friend of hers?" "There are not too many who would call me by that name just now," I said. "If you will tell me which particular she you refer to." "If it is the one I mean, you needn't be afraid to mention her name to me." "But I must be cautious as well as you." Now all this was only idle chatter on my part, simply to supply myself with occupation, that Sammis's suspicions might be allayed. The mysterious red-haired man was mildly amusing too, but when he asked, "Do you know of the accident to Chase?" I felt some irritation. "My friend," I answered, "you are much better at interrogating than at answering, but I'll reply to that question. I know all about the accident to Chase. I know all about everything, why you wear a white carnation and all." He stared at me incredulously for a minute, and then said, "In that case, what are you going to do?" As he spoke I looked over his head and into the eyes of a tall, beautiful young woman who was regarding me intently. I could have sworn she smiled. Certainly her eyes looked an invitation. "I am going to bid you good evening," I said to the red-haired man, and moved away in the direction of the lady. As I approached her, something told me this was Sammis's daughter. There was even a faint likeness in the curve of her red lips to the mouth of the old man. Both expressed a powerful will and courage indomitable. I fancied she grew a shade paler, and her eyes swept the room. I also gave a hurried glance about. Sammis was not visible. I was quite near her now, and suddenly she leaned forward and whispered, "The white carnation!" My reply must have been an inspiration. "Love before all," I whispered back. She flushed beautifully. "Mr. Chase?" she murmured. "Mr. Chase has met with an accident," I said in a low voice. Her face expressed blank dismay. "And you? You come in his place? Are you from Mr. Brandon?" It was my turn to look at her blankly. "From Edgar Brandon?" I stammered. "Certainly," she said with some impatience. "Has anything happened to Edgar? Speak quickly." "No, nothing, and I am his friend." She looked greatly relieved, and as she moved away slowly she whispered, "Come to the conservatory in half an hour. I shall be there, and we can talk freely." With what eagerness I looked about for the red-haired man! His mystery, which I had thought rather stupid at first, now held the strongest fascination for me. It seemed to be her mystery too. I saw he had crossed the room, and was standing near the door. I went over to him and drew him into the hall. The orchestra was playing softly, and I got him behind a palm tree. "Now tell me everything," I said. "You must excuse my rudeness a while ago. Edgar Brandon is my best friend. I will do anything to serve him. You have just seen Miss Sammis speak with me. I swear you may trust me." "They're to elope this evening, Brandon and she," he replied. "But you must know that. Chase, Brandon's friend, was to have come here half an hour before the time, enter the house as one of the guests, help her to escape through the conservatory window, and get her to the carriage. He is a stranger to Miss Sammis, and the sign was to be a white carnation. The password I have already given you. Chase sprained his ankle badly this afternoon. He can't walk. Brandon was desperate. He asked me to come in Chase's place. I can tell you one thing, though. I don't like the job, and I'll tell you another. Unless I'm greatly mistaken, The old man—" He stopped suddenly, his eyes looking past me. I turned and saw the old man at my elbow. "May I speak to you a moment?" he asked. I bowed, and he led the way down the hall, through the dining room, and beyond it to a small room. He closed the door, and, turning, stood regarding me with compressed lips. I felt very uncomfortable. "May I ask your name?" he said at length. "Felton," I replied promptly. "I do not think I have met you before, have I?" I was vexed beyond measure at this inopportune discovery. I cast about in my mind for some wild tale to account for my presence in the house. I had almost determined to throw myself upon his hospitality, anything to gain another hour. Meanwhile I had answered "No" to his question. "Then if I make a mistake you must pardon me. You are not one of the men from the Central Office?" I could have shouted aloud with glee. I was taken for a detective. "I am, sir," I answered. "I recognized your friend as coming from there, but I was not sure of you until I saw you talking to him just now. You look like a gentleman." He was delightful, this old man, and my heart really warmed toward him. The smile with which I answered him was genuine. "There are 4 of you here, are there not?" he asked. "There are, sir." "Well, 3 will be enough to watch those gimcracks in there," jerking his head toward the drawing room. "I have a much more important matter I am going to entrust to you. Look at this." He held the bit of paper toward me. I took it and read: "Shall be at the corner of Madison Avenue with the carriage at 11. C. will be in the house half an hour earlier. Aid him in playing his part. Courage, my dearest one. Love before all. E." I frowned over the paper and shook my head sagely. "This," continued the old man, "was brought to me this evening by my daughter's maid. It comes from a blackguard named Brandon, Edgar Brandon, whom I have forbidden the house. He intends to run away with my girl to-night, under my nose. I mean to stop the business." "And you wish my services in the matter?" I asked. "I do. I wish you not to let her out of your sight. I'd like to catch her in the very act of running away. And if it wasn't for the scandal it would make, I'd drag her back and humiliate her before her guests. I wish to teach the minx such a lesson as will forever prevent her attempting such a thing again. As for the man—" He stopped, his jaw closing like a trap, and his mouth looking very ugly. My heart was rapidly cooling toward Mr. Sammis. I studied the paper critically while I did some rapid thinking. My plan began to unfold itself, incompletely as yet, but one stroke, a bold one, I decided upon now. "Who is the C. referred to in the note?" I asked. "That I do not know," he replied. "Then I think I can inform you," I said in an assured tone. "You? How is that?" "You are a very shrewd man, Mr. Sammis, to have recognized me as a detective so quickly," I replied. "You are the first who has ever done so on an occasion like this." The old fox was not averse to a little flattery. I saw his iron jaw relax. "Where your keenness is at fault is in regard to our friend with the sandy hair whom we left in the hall. Such a man could not come from the Central Office. Look at his nervous fingers, his anxious eyes. I spotted him right away as a suspect and entered into conversation with him. I had just learned his name was Carruthers when you came up. This note makes it clear. He is the C. referred to. My belief is he has had the boldness to enter your house in the guise of a guest for the purpose of helping your daughter to get away." "God save us!" cried Sammis. "But you are a clever one. Upon my soul, I believe you are right." "I am certain of it," I answered. "Now this requires careful handling. First I must ask what your wishes are. Do you wish this man Carruthers put out of the house and the whole business stopped at once?" "By no means. Not at all. I wish to catch them in the act of running away. Stop her on the sidewalk, on the way to the rascal's carriage, if possible. I wish to leave no loophole for any lies or explanations." "Then I know just how to act. Do you put the matter in my hands?" "Absolutely." I was beginning to like him again. "The first thing I shall do will be to make an excuse for speaking to your daughter. Perhaps I may get a point from her, perhaps not. That depends. At any rate, Carruthers, after seeing us talking together, can easily be persuaded that I am a friend of Brandon's, now that you have given me his name, and so play right into our hands." "Capital! Suppose I present you to my daughter?" "My dear sir," I said deprecatingly, "that would be to spoil everything. I have my own methods. Trust all to me." A few minutes afterward I sauntered up to Miss Sammis in the drawing-room. "Stand here a few minutes, as though chatting with me," I said. "Then lead the way to the conservatory. It will be all right. You need not fear to be observed." One of the artists from the opera had just risen to sing, and the guests were bestowing themselves to listen. We left the room quietly. We stood facing each other in the conservatory. I said gently, "You have need of all your courage. I have just left your father. Your maid has played you false, and has given him Edgar's note sent you to-day. He thinks I am a detective, and has told me everything. I am supposed to be watching you." She turned very pale, but her mouth, a moment ago so soft and smiling, was now firm as Sammis's own. "The woman must have stolen other letters, then. This explains my being watched so closely of late. Will you tell me what your father has against Brandon?" "At first it was only an absurd ambition for me to make what he calls a brilliant match. Then Edgar met with some loss in his business. The amount was exaggerated, but my father believed the worst. It was then that he became very bitter against Edgar." She had unwittingly dealt me a hard blow, and I reddened under it. I, then, was the indirect cause of her unhappiness. "I do not know who you are," said the poor girl, "but I must trust you. I do trust you." "You do well," I said, "for indeed it is necessary. Listen, Miss Sammis. I shall not stop to explain my presence here, for we have a bold game to play, and time is precious. Only believe this, Edgar Brandon was once a dear friend of mine. I am still his friend, though not now in his favor. To be restored to it I will stop at nothing. You, who love him so, can understand this feeling, can you not?" Her eyes grew beautifully soft and tender as she bent her head. "It is now nearly 11 o'clock, and Edgar must be outside. Where is your maid?" "She was to wait for me under this window." She ran toward it and looked out. "The girl is not there," she said. "Now, this is what you are to do. Go upstairs and send the maid down with your things to the appointed place. Have her wear a long dark cloak, with a hood if possible. Has she such a garment? Good. You yourself bring a wrap, light in color, something distinctively yours. First, though, show me how to reach the yard through the rear of the house." I followed her out through dimly lighted rooms to a hall from which a side door opened. "This leads to the yard," she said. I opened it and looked out on the dark space, about 12 feet wide, and on the line of carriages across the street. "Now return to the drawing-room," I said. "Look for a short man with sandy hair and wearing a white carnation. Speak to him without fear, and send him to me at this door. He should be here in 5 minutes. 15 minutes later, come to the door yourself and open it. You will find me on the steps outside. Can you be ready so soon?" "In half the time," she replied. "Brave girl! Now go. Don't be afraid. Your father will not stop you." In a few minutes I heard the sound of hurried, uncertain footsteps approaching, and Brandon's friend appeared. I opened the side door and drew him out upon the steps, closing the door softly and adjusting the latch that I might open it again. "Whew!" he breathed softly, but with great relief. "A million wouldn't tempt me back inside that house." "Carruthers," I said, "I don't know your name, but for tonight it's Carruthers. Our work is just beginning." In a few words I told him as much of my interview with Sammis as I thought best. "Run down to Madison Avenue and find Brandon's cab. Tell him to drive up to within 50 feet of the house, and to have his cab door open. At the instant Miss Sammis is lifted in, he is to drive down Madison Avenue like the wind. Down Madison Avenue, that is important, no matter where he is going. Now, do you understand?" "Yes, but I have no hat." "We'll both have to sacrifice our hats and coats for tonight, Carruthers, but it's in a great cause. Love before all, you know." I laughed and gave him a push toward the gate as I said, "Come back here instantly and stand well below the door, in the shadow." I crossed the street, found my own four-wheeler, and bade the driver bring the vehicle up to the house opposite the side gate. I took all the bills in my pocket and thrust them into his hand as I gave him explicit instructions what he was to do. He promised faithful obedience. "Mind," I concluded, "the instant you get the word 'go,' you are to drive like mad up Fifth Avenue. Don't stop within 20 blocks, no matter what you hear." I ran back up the steps. My heart was beating rapidly, for the crucial moment was approaching. I had Sammis and the maid yet to deal with. As I reached the top step the door opened and the maid appeared. She started at seeing me, but I put my finger to my lips. "I am sent by Mr. Sammis to stop this thing," I said, "though your mistress does not know it. Come, don't be afraid. I know all about the note." The girl plainly mistrusted me, but went, unwillingly, toward the conservatory window, underneath which I bade her stand. The spot was a dark one, about a dozen yards from the side door. I noted with satisfaction that she wore a long dark wrap with a hood. She carried in her hands a small bag. And now for Sammis. What if, in the meantime, he had grown suspicious and had spoken to one of the real detectives? I should be exposed, and our scheme ruined. One glance at his face when I saw him reassured me. The drawing-room was almost deserted, the guests being at supper. Sammis was watching for me and came toward me instantly. "Mr. Sammis," I said, "things have come our way better than I dared to hope. I have got from that fool Carruthers the whole story of their plans. Both he and your daughter think I am a friend of Brandon's. Come into the conservatory. We can talk better there." I was drawing him toward it as I spoke. "Brandon is here. He is waiting in a carriage down near the end of the line. Look out of the window just opposite the gate, and you will see a cab which I have sent for. It is this vehicle I intend your daughter to enter. But when she steps inside it, instead of Brandon, I wish her to find her father. Will not this be proof in its most convincing form that she is running away? In the meantime I shall see that Mr. Brandon is detained, that you may deal with him as you see fit." The dramatic element in this appealed to Sammis, for he whispered, "Good, good," several times, and shook my hand warmly. "I shall remember you handsomely for this," he said in my ear. "Your approval is sufficient," I answered. "But come, there is no time to lose. Your daughter may come here at any moment. Let us go through the window." I jumped down on the grass, and Sammis followed quickly. He was wonderfully spry for his years. The maid stood in the shadow where I had left her. "Will you just speak a word to this young woman here, Mr. Sammis?" I whispered. "I fear she doesn't quite trust me." When he saw the maid cloaked with bag in hand, he seemed greatly surprised. I did not like the look which I felt rather than saw on his face as he turned toward me. For a moment I feared I had gone too far. "Everything has proceeded exactly according to the original program," I said. "Your daughter expected her maid to attend her. I did not wish to arouse her suspicions." "Certainly, certainly, you are right," he said. "Louise, in everything you are to do exactly as this gentleman bids you." We crossed the grass plot silently, hurried through the gate, and in another minute I had him safe inside my cab. I looked up toward Madison Avenue and saw Carruthers coming toward me. Things were timing themselves beautifully. He slipped in the side gate and joined me near the rear of the house. "All right," he whispered. "A four-wheeler with 2 black horses. The door stands open. Brandon knows what to do." I signed him to stay where he was and tiptoed up the steps to the side door, which I opened. "I am here," came a soft voice from within. "Hand me out your wrap," I whispered. She did so. It was a pearl gray one with a lace-trimmed hood. I crept along the shadow of the house to where the maid stood motionless. "Your mistress has brought the wrong wrap, and is afraid to come out," I whispered. "It is absolutely necessary that she does so. She wishes the one you have. Quick, take it off." She obeyed at once. "You are a bright girl, and Mr. Sammis is greatly pleased with you," I said. "You'd better put this thing on. It's chilly here. It shall be yours after this business is ended." She fingered the soft fleecy thing with evident delight, and draped it over her shoulders. "Now, I am going to see that the young lady doesn't get away. When I send my partner, the other detective, for you, go with him to the carriage where Mr. Sammis is, in case there is any Fainting. We may need you. Give me that bag. You don't wish to be bothered with it." At last the supreme moment had come. I crept back to Carruthers and, with a last whispered word or two, pushed him toward the maid. I saw him lead her out to the gate, drawing the hood of the wrap over her head as he walked beside her. The door of the cab opened. Carruthers picked the girl up and seemed to fling her inside. "Go!" he shouted, slamming the door, and the horses dashed toward Fifth Avenue. I ran up the steps. "Now!" I cried, and in an instant Miss Sammis was beside me. I seized her hand, and we ran full speed up the dark side street toward Madison Avenue. I saw the black horses, the open cab door, and in a moment she was lifted into arms ready to receive her. I scrambled after her as the horses bounded forward, and as we turned the corner on two wheels, I looked out and saw the figure of Carruthers alone on the sidewalk, waving us a hilarious farewell. She lay within the shelter of his arms, her eyes closed. She was a brave girl, but I could see by her pallor as we dashed past the street lamps how sorely her courage had been tried. Brandon looked down at her lovely face, having eyes for nothing else. I put my head out of the window. No pursuing carriage was in sight. "You are in no danger now," I said. "Do you wish to drop me or take me on to the station?" Brandon started. "Who is that?" he asked sharply. "It can't be." He leaned forward and looked at me. "Edgar, you said once you never wished to see me until you had forgotten. I have tried to be of some service to you tonight. Perhaps you can forgive some day." She opened her eyes. "He saved me for you, Edgar. My maid betrayed me. Father was informed of everything, but he brought me safely through the danger. I do not know his name even, but he shall be my friend and yours forever." Brandon reached forward and pressed my hand in the darkness. The story was told briefly as we dashed through 23rd Street toward the river. Not until we were on the other side and out of New York State did we breathe freely. There were still a few minutes before the train left. Edgar had brought out from somewhere a traveling cap and made me put it on. The last thing he did as we all sat together in the car was to scribble something with a fountain pen in a little book held on his knee. He tore out a check and handed it to me. "You can serve me while I am gone, Dick," he said. "A great rise is coming in Consolidated Steel. Buy all you can, and, for Brandon and Felton, we are partners and friends again, my boy." As I came back alone on the ferry, a gentle breeze was blowing up from the bay. The odor of the white carnation was wafted pleasantly to my nostrils. I looked toward the dark city across the water, and again thought of Alice Lazari. Tomorrow I would go to see her. Tomorrow. A distant bell boomed out midnight, and suddenly I remembered that it was the hour at which I was to die. I had quite forgotten it. Then I laughed softly. How much better it was to live. End of The White Carnation by Francis Livingston.